Does anyone see it? Look around. Does anyone see it? Look at the streets, look at the screens. It's a wild ride. Too much noise, too much static on the flip side. People moving fast, but they're losing their way. Gotta cut through the fog of the modern day. Snowboard Joe on the edge of the peak, looking for the truth that the politicians hide and seek. They're selling us solutions wrapped in digital gold, while the warmth of the culture is growing so cold. We're staring at the static, forgetting how to feel. Trapped inside a loop where nothing stays real. The pressure is rising, the rhythm is tight. We need the disruption to clear out the night. The 303 scream, and it's time to awake. How much more of this mess can the people take? Why are things so messed up? Tell me, why are things so messed up? Everything is so messed up. Yeah, everything is so messed up. But we aren't dropping down, we aren't giving in. Grab your board, grip the edge, let the push begin. The 303 hits like a shot to the chest. We're waking up the crowd, putting courage to the test. Out on the slopes or deep in the town, we're building up a groove that they can't tear down. They want us divided, they want us confused, leaving every good soul battered and bruised. But the rhythm is a weapon when the truth is the track. We're dropping the beat and we're fighting right back. The pressure is rising, the rhythm is tight. We need the disruption to clear up the night. The 303 scream, and it's time to awake. How much more of this mess can the people take? You have to carve a circle of good and defend it. Don't just watch it burn. You have to carve a circle of good and defend it. When the world goes crazy, you stand your ground.
What's up, guys? I didn't add myself to the stage.
Brothers unite and defend good.
Sean Jones is in here. OGT. Yorgie.
Unite and defend good.
Another song from Evil Eddie. He made this. Pretty dope.
Why are things so messed up?
Everything is so messed up. Brothers unite.
Yeah, this is made by Evil Eddie.
So messed up.
Everything is so messed up.
Brothers unite and defend good. Carve that circle. Hold the line. Brothers unite, defend the good. Why are
Check
things
out Evil Eddie.
so messed up?
We defend the good.
Oops. We'll leave this on here for a second. Evil Eddie made that song. That was pretty dope, actually, kind of different. So, been a kind of a wacky, zany day, but part of me almost wants to talk about global politics and stuff like that. But I started watching this. Well, just to open it up too. I'll maybe just say this, maybe to open things up before I even get too serious.
There's certain jobs women should not do. There's a few jobs women shouldn't do. President, senator, congressman, cop, doctor, lawyer, fire department, banking, financial tech, math, higher education, any education above third grade, a chef, a manager of a hotel, CEO or CFO, COO, CIO of a company, investing, VC, venture capital, driving Ubers, Lyfts, cabs, working at aquariums or zoos or hotels, entertainment, you know?
So I don't know what compelled me to put that right away. But what I wanted to look at was this, right? So I want to play this and just let it play. And I'm going to tell you everything that occurs without listening to what they say, in a sense. And again, I don't know exactly what this means, but I'll just let you take a look. Oops. Hang on. I didn't share the screen. Let's restart this again. Yeah. It's a Friday. This has been feels definitely like a kind of a wacky Friday. I'm gonna work again tomorrow, but like I worked my ass off today and went swimming and stuff after work. But it feels like a whirlwind of bullshit. So, and I don't know what has compelled me to even look at this. I don't really have a lot to say about it, but I spotted something important here. So you're just gonna take a look at this, and we're gonna stop it, and I'm gonna show you something that I noticed
between their countries. In an open letter to Putin, Zelensky acknowledged the Trump administration is
to Daddy Putin.
Currently focused on the
so just one other thing too. This guy is a small hat, just as a side note.
war with Iran. But he also said it would be, quote, wrong to simply wait for U.S. attention to shift.
So I'm just saying that's his loyalty.
Back to Europe. Zelensky added Ukraine proposes ending this war through direct engagement. Speaking to reporters at the White House yesterday, President Trump responded positively.
I'm glad that
What do you see right now?
Talking about meetings.
What do you see right now? This troll fuck right here doing this Freemason bullshit. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but this troll fucker right here, that's what this entire thing is about, is this guy showing this symbolism here. They show it to you. They're showing it to you. Like, that pretty much wraps up the whole interview here. Also, on another side note, well, I'll just let it play a few more seconds.
I think we had a lot to do with it.
You see how they're showing you this shit? That's Freemason shit.
I know exactly what you're doing.
And see how these people are holding their hands other ways? That is to show you this. This is basically on the front of the stage. This little troll. Look at this. This guy is more running shit than Trump. Also, too, Trump wants Zelensky and Putin to meet. Why? Because Trump works for Israel, basically. And that's who Zelensky also works for. But look at this. Let me bring this up. Do you see what I'm talking about here? I haven't even watched the video, but I started just watching a little bit of it, and that's the first thing I see. Yeah, and a comedian too. Yeah.
Do with it. I know exactly.
But do you see this? And I am kind of high tonight, I guess. But do you see that what's they're doing right there? That is the show. It's not what he's saying. It's this thing here.
What you're doing. But I think it would be great if they met. They should.
Yep. See how they're presenting this to you? They're like, it's and guys, this is world stage geopolitics shit. This is not just like some Black Lives Matter local shit that we have. This is like pretty big deal.
Get it done.
You see that? Put a 1 in the chat if you see like what I'm talking about.
Joining us now from London is CBS News foreign
I
correspondent.
don't even give a shit what they even have to say, but I wanted to just show you that what does the saying go? Actions speak louder than words. That is what they're almost talking about right there. That's Freemason shit. In fact, we might even have to go look up what the fuck that means now. I guarantee you it's almost a Freemason thing. Free. Hand signs. Hand signals. Let me just take this one out right here and take a look at this. It's going to be all over the place tonight. I don't know why I decided to look at this, but it just came across my path. Hang on, I thought they were going to show more of what the hand gestures mean. Maybe they will. I didn't really think this out too much. I don't know. This is actually kind of freaking me out. Right here. This might be a better.
Always look for the pyramid.
This is actually freaking me out too. God damn it. God damn it. Hang on one second. Maybe this is a little bit
Masonic
more.
signs, tokens, and passwords. Explained. Recapping an article from Masonic Find.
Again, I'm not exposing something that's like too crazy here. I just happen to notice at this particular time.
.com.
Welcome to the Old Fashioned Masonic Podcast, where we talk all things Freemasons while drinking an old fashioned.
Shut up.
And how they are used. Dew guards. In his Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Dr. Albert Mackey gives this token is to allow both Masons to identify themselves to each other as such. Each degree also has at least one token. Passwords. Let's again refer to Mackey's encyclopedia. A word intended, like the military countersign, to prove the friendly.
So I don't know how much I want to really get into it. But I know for a fact, or I'm like 90% confident. No, so let me pitch it to you this way before we get too crazy into something like that. And we'll I want to bring it down to earth before I just get too crazy about it. And this chick made another video, and I want to talk a little bit about female nature, but that shit that they were doing right here, that's what's really going on. And like, we die for this shit. From this little troll fucker here. I don't even know who this guy is, but that's what this entire news conference is about. I don't care what is said. It's what is shown. They don't show it to you. This is not done by mistake. And Trump is a puppet in this scenario a little bit too.
Positively.
I'm glad that they're maybe talking about
This little demon troll guy right here is doing this shit, and watch how the camera will zoom right into it.
meeting. I think we had a lot to do with it. I know exactly what you're doing, but I think it would be great if they met. They should
See that? It's on display.
get it done.
Joining us now from London is CBS News.
Just enough so you basically won't notice it. fact, I'm gonna play another Evil Eddie song and let that marinate a little bit. Yeah, it's wicked hot out where I am too. I just went swimming and stuff.
I was lost in circles, head full of noise. Everybody preaching, but nobody builds boys. Cold screen prophets selling weakness by design. No old wolves beside me to show me how to climb. Iron sharpens iron, pain becomes control. Brothers in the fire, teaching damaged souls. We don't need another lecture. We need mentors. Heavyweights and hard truths, and real damn brothers. Barbells in the basement, steel inside the chest. Men survive together, that's when we're at our best. Old scars on old hands, stories in the smoke, lessons in the gym light between every joke. Late night garage talks, engines growling low. Strong men build strong men, that's how the good blood grows. No savior coming, no easy cure. Find a crew beside you and suffer to endure. Lift heavy, fight harder, stand your ground again. The road back to meaning starts with better men. Starts with better men. All right. I'm going to not do like a geopolitics one. I just came across that and noticed it right away. I had to say something about it. We'll just put that on the back burner for now. But one of our friends of the show, this 304, has made another video.
By all accounts.
And we're going to, and by the way, she's going to end up coming on this channel. Don't worry about that. I have more subscribers now than she does. And she's been doing this shit for years and is actually kind of a hot chick. So make no mistake about it, we're going to end up having her maybe as a guest on the show. Maybe we'll help her and tell her to stop some of the dog shit that she's doing. Because you guys know it's going to be the same old story. But this is a perfect person to show pretty privilege and almost kind of like millennial entitlement, woke liberal dog shit. To be honest, I don't know. I kind of like rage watch this, but I will try to help her. And I'll keep commenting, but I'll send the StreamYard link too. Mentor is the name of a wise man from Homer's. Oh, the Iliad. Oh, okay. I didn't know that came from Homer. I want to save her. I'm going to give her good advice. Again, I don't like, she is representative of a lot of women too that have this entitled mindset, and the clock has been ticking and they've been having this mindset for a couple years. Speaking of mentor, let me just show you one quick thing about what Yorgi is kind of referring to here. And then we'll get into the meat and potatoes of this chick here, because I actually did look at it a little bit. Hang on one second. So what he's talking about, the Odyssey and Homer and stuff like that. I have a thing of Homer. So I'm going to try to do the opposite of this. Okay, right here. Let me just talk about what he's talking about. Then we'll get on to the that chick right there. But see, Yorgi put this. Yorgi is from Greece. Mentor is the name of a wise man from Homer's The Iliad and Odyssey. What I'm going to be showing right now, and I've probably shown this video a couple times before. Why do they call it Homer? Because Homer is like an ancient Greek philosopher that was apparently blind, but Homer might also mean a conglomerate of people. It doesn't necessarily mean like Homer is one guy. And I'll just leave it at that. And then I'm going to let this video play. This is one of my videos. Oops. Here we go. Okay. I want you guys
saying,
"Shut up, Branos."
Okay. I want you guys to also understand this. I like The Simpsons. I think it's cool. They're calling it Simpsons for a reason, and they're calling it Homer Simpson for a reason. Homer is one of the great, he's almost like a Greek philosopher, like Plato and stuff like that. He's considered one of the best writers. Simpson is basically saying be a simp, because Homer is kind of a simp. Homer Simpson is the archetype for being a dumb beta male. The dad is not the leader of the household. He's an idiot. He just like, oh, I like beer and cheese. They, you know what I mean? Part of that's the programming. The Simpsons has gone on a long time. The Simpsons also does what's called the predictive programming. So when they're saying, the Simpsons predicted, certain events happening and stuff, it's true. Because they're not predicting it. They're programming you to accept that. So that's part of what the archetype of Homer Simpson is. He's a simp, but Homer. We'll search for what Homer is afterward, but Homer is similar. Homer is what I just was talking about. Homer isn't necessarily one guy. Homer is like a collective. Similar to Dante. I don't know if Dante's Inferno is in here, but Dante and Homer are considered some of the best writers, like Shakespeare and whatnot, that have a lot of wisdom and everything. That's why they're calling it Homer Simpson. And he's like the beta male typical dad from all these sitcoms, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but you guys know how the dad is always like an idiot in the sitcom and the mom has to keep him straight. That's what this is. It's just another version of that. It's been going on a long time. And it is a great show, but it's also written by a bunch of small hats too. Okay. So that was just due to one comment, but now we're going to get back to R304 that we follow here. And yeah, she's not bad to look at. And she just made this like a day ago. So we're gonna go in and see if we can help her, and we'll I'll give her the StreamYard link and a couple other things too. Here we go. And again, why am I looking at this? Do I really care what she has to say? Not really that much, but she's representative of a modern Western delusional female.
You want to be in a relationship, you're eager, you're open, and then somebody comes along and checks all of your boxes. And even if they don't check all of your boxes, you like them. So you start getting to know them, talking to them, following them on social media. You might even start like actively pursuing them, not in like, a stalkery kind of way, but in like a little cutesy type of way. And this can take any form, right? It could be a friend that you've had a crush on. It can be somebody that you don't really even know like that. Maybe you've been crushing on them from afar. It can be someone that you're just attracted to, that you're not like necessarily crushing on, but you think they're cute. The moment that person starts to reciprocate, the moment they turn around and say, I like you, insert your name here, you get this little feeling, this little tingle in the back of your head that goes, oh shit, this is really happening. Because before is different, right? The pursuit is familiar, especially if you're like me and you've been rejected a lot. You're used to—
No, you haven't. You haven't been rejected much at all. You're the rejector.
To the pining, the wanting, the—
Guys, do you think she's been rejected a whole bunch of times? So she's like 35. So for the past 20 years, you're saying she's been rejected a whole bunch of times. Get out of here.
Little tingle in the back of your head that goes, oh shit, this is really happening. Because before is different, right? The pursuit is familiar, especially if you're like me and you've been rejected a lot. You're used to the pining, the wanting, the pursuing. You might have yearned after 100 people and only one person has ever returned that feeling. So
yeah, welcome to being a man.
When somebody finally does, it's new. That feeling is foreign to you, and then you panic. What's up? Welcome to my channel, Bree the Womanican. I am Bree. The first thing I want to say is that my first thought is always, how could I possibly have the audacity? My single lonely ass panicking when somebody finally likes me back. How dare I? But I know a lot of us feel this way. Not everybody, but a lot of us, especially socially anxious individuals. And I have felt it multiple times in pretty much every combination you can imagine.
Guys, socially anxious individuals, that's called everybody in the year 2026. Okay, like, yeah, we all have anxiety sometimes as we're living in like an Israeli kind of weird hellscape, techno nightmare.
And as always, I will provide you with examples. One of the first times I really remember feeling it was in college. There was this guy, let's call him DJ.
Chad.
I'm not going to say I infiltrated his friend group because
let's call him Tyrone.
Makes it sound like I only hung out with them to get to him. But I mean, I actually wanted new friends at the time. And he just
You wanted new friends at the time because you tossed them aside like everyone else. Like, that's what I'm saying. This woman has been able to just toss people aside like they're garbage and find new groups of people because she's attractive. And she's going to be in for a rude awakening when that can't happen anymore.
He was a part of this Blurred group, and I thought they were really cool, and I thought he was a really cool, chill guy. The only problem was when I first joined the group, he had a girlfriend. So I did what any hopeless romantic would do, I guess. I waited him out. I was determined.
You probably waited like 1 week.
I just kind of thought, you know, let's see what happens. Maybe they'll break up. And eventually they did. And he like immediately came to me, like same day, which looking back is like,
you put your pussy on the street right next to him. That's why.
like honestly a huge red flag, right? Like, why was he so ready to go? But at the time I didn't see it that way. At the time I felt fucking triumphant. Like all my patience and waiting had finally paid off. So we started
again, like I'm trying to like she probably waited like 1 week. You know what I mean? She's not triumphing over shit.
Started hanging out a lot, but as time passed, I started to get this like little itchy feeling.
Which is herpes.
Like, do I actually want this guy to be my boyfriend? And, you know, he wasn't perfect. I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect.
And she got with Nug Nug, basically.
It was more like if I was going to be with this guy, then I was going to have to be able to put my name on him. He would have to be a guy that I would want people to know as Brianna's boyfriend. So he never actually asked me to be his girlfriend, but he would drop hints. There was one time where he kind of brought it up sideways. He was like, I had a dream last night where all these people were surrounding me asking, why isn't she your girlfriend yet? And I don't know if that was his way of trying to start the conversation, but the moment he said it, something in me went, no, I can't be this guy's girlfriend. Also, by that point, he had started giving me the ick. And I think getting the ick can be a major symptom.
So the ick is going to be the death of them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody now and then gets, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever been around someone in your life that hasn't once pissed you off or something? It's like, that's impossible. But again, this is her privilege that she can just be so picky. Okay, you're going to be so picky, you're going to pick yourself to death. You give a hoe enough rope, she'll hang herself.
Of what I am going to just refer to as commitment panic. Like, if a guy does something that's a little weird or off when he's just a crush, it's almost endearing, you know?
But this is important. So listen to this right here. This is part of the sickness in a woman's mind. Listen to this. It'll come up again, but this is like kind of crazy.
I don't know if that was his way of trying to start the conversation, but the moment he said it, something in me went, no, I can't be this guy's girlfriend. Also, by that point, he had
which is fine, but watch this.
Started giving me the ick. And I think getting the ick can be a major symptom of what I am going to just refer to as commitment panic. Like, if a guy does something that's a little
right here,
major symptom of what I am going to just refer to as commitment panic. Like, if a guy does something that's a little weird or off when he's just a crush, it's almost endearing, you know? Like, oh, it's cute. I like the way he sneezes. I like the way he laughs. But the second that you know that he actually likes you, now you're just putting that stuff on the list of reasons for why you two can't be together.
There you go. There you go. That's her whole diagnosis. And you're going to die alone with cats because of it. And it doesn't have to be this way.
How could I be with somebody who sneezes like that? How could I be with somebody who laughs like that? As for DJ, eventually summer break came and we just didn't keep in touch. It was mutual, really. I stopped reaching out to him. He stopped reaching out to me. The rest is a story for another day, if I haven't already told it in another video, honestly. Got a bad memory. Another time is with a guy that you'll have heard.
Yeah, your herpes are giving me the ick.
me mention if you regularly watch my videos, but I've been calling him the CrossFit guy. This one was different because he was not originally on my radar, like, at all. I wasn't interested in him. I wasn't looking for.
So guys, here's another thing too that I want you to realize. Remember, she's been one of her, so this was only one day ago. She is getting a lot of views from it. It's almost, she's at almost at 304K, which would have been funny. But she said that she's been making, just living off of YouTube because she's been like, hasn't had a job in like a couple years. Guys, she only has 30,000 subscribers. I have more subscribers than she does. I haven't got any checks from YouTube yet. I haven't got any checks in the mail. So she's been doing this longer, so her maybe monetization and stuff is coming, but I haven't got any checks in yet. If you make your money off of only doing YouTube, and you're not even doing live streams or anything, like, what the fuck are you doing?
Him, none of that. But he was very attractive, like objectively handsome. You know, he's got the CrossFit body. He was at least 6 feet tall. And honestly, you know, I tend to go for guys with more of a boyish look. And
see how she can be so picky?
Less of the "do you even lift, bro" type of thing. So he just wasn't somebody that I was looking at. But then out of nowhere, like, he just expressed interest in me. And I was like, what? You like me? And I mean, I was flattered, obviously, but I genuinely just was not sure how to handle it. The situation was already complicated for other reasons.
Because you were being a 304 or something. Complicated for other reasons. What does complicated mean? Complicated means at some point a chick was being a 304. Complicated in situationships always equal 304ing. That's basically what it is.
That, like I said, I'll have to just put the link to the other video. Don't get me wrong, I've had attractive men interested in me before. My most recent—
your whole life for the past 20 years. So I just don't understand, like, guys, how many of us have had to build ourselves up, take risk, do things, I don't know, make a business, start a business, start multiple businesses, do get rejected hundreds of times and shit like that. She's just sitting in the queen's throne, not taking advantage of it. It's crazy. Keyshawn writes in, yeah, she's had attractive men in her, and they decide it's not going to go into Smash, but not marry her. But this is like a OCD Tylenol response. But what I'm trying to say is it's based in privilege, guys. It's not like we're just sitting here saying like, oh, well, you know, I liked like 98% of her, but these other 2% were like, she was actually like too skinny for me. And I needed her to be like just a little bit more plump because I just like them to be like a little bit more plump. It's shit like that. It's like, oh my God.
An ex from 6 years ago was actually very handsome. In this particular situation, still,
She had a very handsome guy 6 years ago and still threw that away.
I was just really caught off guard. And also, this was like 3 years into my single and lonely phase, but like also still
3 years into your single and lonely phase. Guys, she's getting smashed out probably all the time. And what happens next is actually kind of funny. Do you see this cat walk across her bed here? Because I watched like a little bit of this and then decided to make a live stream and just kind of rant. But watch this cat go across her bed.
Where like he just expressed interest in me, and I was like, what? You like me? And I mean, I was flattered, obviously, but I genuinely just was not sure how to handle it. The situation was already complicated for other reasons that, like I said,
which you were, see how she's just like, yeah, complicated for other reasons. It's shit that she did wrong.
I'll have to just put the link to the other video. Don't get me wrong, I've had attractive men interested in me before. My most recent ex from 6 years ago was actually very handsome. In this particular situation, still, I was just really caught off guard. And also, this was like,
See that cat go over there? Watch what happens.
like 3 years into my single and lonely phase, but like also still in my hopeless romantic phase before I became jaded. Well, that's terrible. I think my cat just took a shit in the litter box, and this candle back there smells like baking cookies, and now it's like a mix of cat shit and baking cookies.
That's your future 304, because you couldn't make a decision on the plethora, the hundreds of men that have come your way. And now it's going to smell like cat shit, and like it's not even baking cookies that you fucking baked, because you don't even know how to cook a fucking souffle or bake anything like we've covered before. She doesn't know how to do any of this shit. This is her future, guys, here. And it's not even cookies. It's like fake chemical baked cookie candle bullshit. This is what her future is coming. You can smell it coming. You can like this is the best thing she's actually said on the video, because you know that it's bad. Like Liberty Cat shit empty boxes of shitty wine. Yep, she'll. But guys, it doesn't have to be this way for her. It's crazy. It's crazy. But this is her future, guys, because she's had, ironically enough, she's had the pick of the litter, but now she lives in a litter box. Oh! The cat's calling her out. Calling her shit out. Yeah.
It's awful. This is an awful experience. But that same weird feeling.
We can just go back to that because it's actually kind of funny. But this is her future. This cat. That's why I wanted to point out when the cat went over here like this.
Genuinely just was not sure how to handle it. The situation was already complicated for other reasons.
Because you're being a 304 irresponsible.
That, like I said, I'll have to just put the link to the other video. Don't get me wrong. I've had attractive men interested in me before. My most recent ex from 6 years ago was actually very handsome. In this particular situation, still, I was just really caught off guard. And also, this was like 3 years into my single and lonely phase, but like also still in my hopeless romantic phase before I became jaded. Well, that's terrible. I think my cat just took a shit in the litter box, and this candle back there smells like baking cookies, and now it's like a mix of cat shit and baking cookies.
This has been the best thing she's ever said in her whole YouTube.
Awful. This is an awful experience. But that same weird feeling came up when he was pursuing me, that, whoa, let's slow down and take a breather. But with him, it kind of showed up a little differently than it did with DJ. I had all these thoughts rushing at once. The first one was, he's white. And I don't have a problem with that, but I had never dated a white guy before. I've dated black guys before. In fact, my most recent ex.
Listen to that. She says she never dated a white guy, but she's dated non-black guys. See how she just lies? And guys, she has said she has no job and is making money off of, let me actually just show you, just to show you this, because we've covered it before, but in case someone's new, maybe hasn't been here. Videos. 2 months ago right here. I'm 34, single, jobless, always alone. This is horseshit. So she's making money off of doing YouTube. But I don't know. It's a bunch of simps giving her money or something.
6 years ago was Puerto Rican, but I never dated a white guy before. And I immediately went, am I prepared to have little mixed kids? What would that be like? Am I gonna like his family? Are they gonna like me? How's he gonna fit in with my family? And mind you, he had just shown interest. We'd gone on one date. And I'm already sitting there mentally planning out our biracial children and whether or not our families are gonna get along. That one didn't work out either, for reasons I mentioned in the other video. But the point is...
So remember how I've said before that the images that she picks without her knowing it say a lot more? See how it's like ghosted, but like a freaking cum and all loaded? That's what happened to her. She got ghosted, but see how it's like a load? Hang on, this
One, and I'm already sitting there mentally planning out our biracial children and whether or not our families are going to get along. That one didn't work out either for reasons I mentioned in the other.
That white guy just blew it all on her. That's what happened right there. See that? Because I've said this before. She doesn't. I know her better than she knows herself. All these images that she picks on these other videos say more than she even knows herself. She got ghosted. And that's what it looked like. She got this on her ass and ghosted, never saw again.
Video. But the point is, it was the same feeling of panic that I felt. The last situation that I'll talk about is a person that I'll refer to as Mr. Awesome, as corny as that name sounds. I met him during my jaded phase, so if you don't know, and I talked about this in a previous video, in January of 2025, I told
so here's another thing too. These chicks justify their behavior by saying, oh, this is my phase. This is my hoe phase. This is my exploration phase. This is such and such phase. This is a phase. I don't have to really be responsible because this is just the phase that I'm in. This is the season that I'm in. This is some, bullshit.
Myself that if I didn't meet somebody by April, which would have been 5 years since my last relationship, I was going to give up looking. Before that time,
Please. You either already gave up looking or you've been getting dick down all the time. That's how she pays her bills.
Was such a hopeless romantic. I really thought my person was out there and that I just had to remain open and stay looking and stay alert, But April came and April went, and I never met anyone. So I gave up. That little romantic side of me just kind of died of starvation. But this person, Mr. Awesome, checked all my boxes.
Here we go again. Yet another guy who's going to come in and be like the perfect guy, but she's going to be like, well, I liked like 98% of him, but the other 2%, like something was off in some autistic weird sense, so he gave me the ick and I threw him into the gutter. That's like, I almost guarantee you that's what she's gonna say.
At least almost all of them. And he was everything that I had asked the universe for. But when we went on our first date,
Secret's the one who showed me these videos here.
Because like I said, I was feeling really jaded. At the end of our first date, I realized just how compatible we were and how much we had in common. And I started thinking, I don't see any reason not to pursue this. There's not much here that I can poke at or pick apart. And that's when the panic started rising in me again. That, oh God, what if this...
Oh God, what if I'm held accountable? What if I have to show up for this other person now and then? What if I have to be a loving person? What if I have to give something? What if I have some reciprocity here? What if I have to stop being a self-centered, entitled 304 all the time and actually just clean it up a little bit and be, somewhat traditional?
Actually works out.
Be like a wife.
If I become someone's girlfriend, is this the person that is gonna meet my family, who become the step?
She's a dog. Look at this dog here. She's a dog.
Father of my dog. The messed up part is that things that genuinely didn't bother me started to bother me. Not because I actually cared about them, but because suddenly I was going to become connected to this other person. So my brain went, okay, what are the things about him that other people could criticize me for?
Exactly.
Almost all of my friends had partners, and I caught
guys, this is again how I just want to show you guys the privilege, and this is not dogging on her per se. It's dogging on women like her and the disbalance. There's supposed to be a yin and yang in the world, male, female, and stuff like that. Right now, the balance is so fucked up. We don't have equilibrium of it. Okay, so she has, I don't want to say all the power or something like that, but she like, so I want you to imagine it this way. Let's say that you guys, you know, tomorrow you met a chick that fit 90% of your criteria, or just the equivalent to what she said. You would be pretty stoked about that and be happy and thankful and say like, okay, like, you know, now that I have this chick, I'm not going to like, you know, drink as much, or, you know, I'll make sure to stay in good shape. You know, if I met her parents, that would be cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these things would naturally probably happen because you'd be happy. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, well, how can I actually add value? Or like, hey, you know, like when I take her out, let's make sure to, you know, vacuum my truck up and, you know, I don't know, do other shit like that. It would happen on its own because you were happy about it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It would just kind of fall into place. With women like this, like, oh, I have to change a couple things, but you see what I'm saying? There's no like gratitude for anything.
Myself comparing him to their partners, then I'd go, so-and-so's partner isn't that cute, so they can't say anything about his appearance, or so-and-so's partner has a crappy job, so they can't say.
Exactly, Liberty. That's what I'm saying here. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's got to be a balance here, an equilibrium and stuff like that. There's got to be a little bit of a balance. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just expect someone to come in and be 100% your dream chick and everything falls into place. Like, I mean, you can try that, and if that happens to you, that's awesome. But like, even let's say that did happen, you would still probably use that to enhance your own life anyways. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, you know, I want to make sure I take extra good care of myself because I have this chick that really loves me, and you know, I want to bang her better. So I'm going to make sure that I'm in, you know, good shape and shit like that. I'm going to eat good and, you know, make sure I have enough electrolytes when I'm, you know, busting in her and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It would kind of happen on its own. Let me just go back and read some of these. Yeah, she lays with dogs. Yeah, because she probably has fleas and stuff like that. She'll never make him a sandwich. Well, now we know what she's doing for income. Yeah, taking a bone by a dog. Yang takeover. Yeah, there is a yin and yang. Like, there's a disbalance in society right now with male and female dynamics, and it's not going to be perfect. But put yourself in her shoes, guys. Let's say you found, like Liberty said, someone who's 70% of what you want. You know, that's kind of what's actually realistic. And that 70% also means that you can help build her up to be 80. So really 80-20, 80-20, you know, is the, you know, the golden numbers that you know, sort of want. But it's crazy. UserTube put, yeah, they're the table, bro. Yeah.
Anything about his job, you know, just.
The only table they know, UserTube, is they flip the table over. The modern women flip the table over and they fuck all the legs of the table, or all the, you know, the stool, the posts. They just sit on all the posts. That's what they do. So the table is worthless now. That's what the inversion is. Seriously, this actually makes sense. That's how inverted it is. So they say, I am the table. They take the table over, flip it upside down. So the table's on the floor now. You can't eat off the table. You can't serve meals or do anything. Then they proceed to go to the table, all four corners, and dildo themselves on that table. That's essentially what the modern table is now.
Comparing, because once again, I was in that panic mode. Honestly, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, my literal celebrity crush.
And listen to this. Listen to the privilege here, guys. So your literal celebrity crush, insert X. I can't really think of one, so I'll just say like Angelina Jolie or some shit like that. Whatever you want to pick. Insert X. And now listen to this formula. Listen to this.
could walk out of the woods today and ask me to marry him, and I'd be like, oh man, let me think about that for a second. I don't know. Can I do better? Are there any other astrophysicists out there who might be better in some
And who are black.
way? I know how bad that sounds. Like I'm just
No, you don't know how bad it sounds. This is gonna be. This is. Do you hear how crazy this is? Let me just play that again here, guys. The entitlement is insane.
comparing him to their partners, then I'd go, so-and-so's partner isn't that cute, so they can't say anything about his appearance, or so-and-so's partner has a crappy job, so they can't say anything about his job. You know, just comparing, because once again, I was in that panic mode. Honestly, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, my literal celebrity.
Hey guys, Neil deGrasse Tyson, by the way, like, he is like an 8th grade. He's like a high school teacher at best for physics. He is for like retarded Western stoners to be like, do you see the rocket taking off and making it go into the air? He's not gonna, he's like a, kind of like a Bill Nye the Science Guy level of shit. Bill Nye the propaganda guy. Oh, sure, we believe women can become men and shit. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson is. That's what she is. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson is. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not like, he is you know him for being like a black kind of stony guy wearing a Hawaiian shirt. He's not like a very respected physicist. He's just built up. He's like a DEI physicist.
Crush could walk out of the woods today and ask me to marry him, and I'd be like, oh man, let me think about that for a second. I don't know. Can I do better? Are there any other astrophysicists out there?
Or black. I'll put that in again. How many other black astrophysicists are out there? But do you see how that's the female mind at work? So you can only think this way if you're a very hot chick. Exactly, Liberty. He's no Carl Sagan. Exactly. It's not about being black or white or anything. I'm just saying, like, there is relevant. Yeah, he's scammer, a DI scientist. Yeah, NASA. I hate NASA. He's a NASA. Yes, exactly, 8-bit. He's a NASA marketeer. That's a perfect encapsulation of it. But you see how she is just so comfortable throwing somebody away, rejecting somebody, saying like, oh, well, somebody could be 2% better, so I'm going to throw you away. She's going to pick herself to death.
There who might be better in some.
Because like I said, guys, she's about 35. She's on the tipping point of hitting the wall here. You're going to start to see her do OF or other stuff because she can't make it in the other real world. So she's going to get some type of sugar daddy type thing here. And maybe we'll have Seagrip has money. Maybe we'll have Seagrip do this and we'll see and have her on the show frequently.
Way. I know how bad that sounds. Like I'm just sitting here rating this perfectly good person against some imaginary person who doesn't even exist. And the thing is, as someone who has
we'll go into NASA a few other times. I hate NASA. They piss me off. People who I kind of want to like, we'll complete this here, but fuck NASA. I don't want to give any money to NASA. No thanks. And just one other thing, NASA, maybe not currently what it is now because, Seagrip's here. Yeah, Seagrip, we need you to, you can be the sugar daddy to this. And someone else can join the show too. NASA is basically like Nazi scientists that basically instead of getting killed, they decided to work for like our government. So they still like lie to you and do all the same bullshit and stuff like that. So all these people that like NASA, you like basically a Nazi in a lot of ways. That's like a Nazi, like you know how George Soros basically sold out his own people, his own small hats, and then he said and stuff like that. That's basically what NASA scientists did as well. But a lot of them are pretty smart.
Single for 6 years. I genuinely always thought,
guys, single for 6 years, please. You're telling me you haven't been on any dates in 6 years? Get out of here.
Man, if I had a partner, that'd be so great. So many things would be easier. I wouldn't be lonely. I'd have someone to split bills with because yes, that matters. I'd have somebody to help around the house, somebody to sex up. That sounds amazing. So why do I keep freaking out? There's clearly a real fear underneath that feeling of panic.
But guys, you see this here? She's starting to lose her hotness. And she maybe does have she might have a little bit of Tylenol brain because these eyes are a little bit of a dead, numb, narcissistic, nihilistic, godless eyes. Like I covered before the other night on the Tylenol brain one. What Tylenol brain does is Tylenol brain numbs you and kills about 30% of you. So you're soulless, godless, narcissistic, nihilistic. All those things are within someone with the Tylenol brain. And that may be, I don't think that's quite what's wrong with her. I think it's just all of her attitude. I don't think she has Tylenol brain, actually.
Especially when you've been single and lonely for such a long time. And especially when you've been so vocal about being single and lonely. I think there's a part of me that feels like whoever I end up with is going to be seen as a reflection of my worth. And even though I liked Mr. Awesome, even though I thought he was attractive, he wasn't buff like the CrossFit guy. He had a good job, but he wasn't.
See how she's just comparing it to someone else. It will never be good enough for her.
Well off. I'm an atheist and he wasn't super religious, but he was still a Christian. And I catch myself going,
so what do you give a shit? You have no God anyways. So what do you care if he does?
I don't know. Would I be happy?
And she said before that she was a Christian in the past. So one reason she is messed up, she said that her mother was like a Jehovah's Witness. So they are kind of fucked. They are kind of, I guess, a different breed.
Here with someone else. Do I want this person to be the end of the road for me?
Well. Here's Seagrip who showed up. Seagrip's the one who actually brought this chick up here. Because it's kind of never-ending content. Her mother was like a Jehovah's Witness. And it's just showing the blatant entitlement. Basically. So let me just rewind this for a second, Seagrip, and where the Neil deGrasse.
Oh no! Yeah,
I don't know if you saw that earlier.
Yeah, I actually watched it earlier, and so
you watched it. It's kind of good. It's such a good example of a privileged mindset. And it's insane. You know what? It's crazy.
And Snowboard, you were wrong about one thing. She is telling the truth. She has been single for 6 years. It just means no man has wiped her up or claimed her, but she's been getting dick down for the past 6 years. She's been getting dick, just no one's claimed her.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like when let me show you what this right here. When there was a thing where it said ghosted, but right here, yes, right
there. For reasons I mentioned.
See this? This is the guy. Remember how I've told you before, her images say more than she even understands? This is the guy, and it's a white guy too. It's a white guy a ton of the time. She's like, I haven't been with a white guy. This is what happened. The white
Then
guy
the
comes
other
in
video.
and nuts. See how it's like loads? See that shit? How it's like loads? That's what it is. She doesn't even understand this shit. I have to tell her the shit that she's picking.
But you're actually making a good point. If you let them talk long enough, they will tell on themselves.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
We just as men, we just need to take off the rose-colored glasses and start listening to and paying attention, listening to their words, but more importantly, paying attention to their actions.
Yeah, exactly. But she won't hold herself accountable to any of this. You know what I'm saying? She's had the pick of the litter for about let me actually show you. I don't know if you had seen this, but this was funny. Where the cat like took a shit. This has been the best thing she's ever said. Where the cat took a
Let's
shit.
see that again.
That
Roll
was
that
funny
back.
as hell. That was funny as hell. I'm
Ew.
trying to find where that was, but I think it was around here.
Now you're just putting that stuff on the list.
But I'll go slow and find it. But I was saying you have had the pick of the litter, but now you're going to end up in the litter box, but you didn't have to. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why she's allowing herself to get to this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it was right around here because that's where the cat's going there. Because this was like the best thing.
I was just really caught off guard. And also this was
there
like
he
3
goes.
years into my single and lonely phase, but like also still in my hopeless romantic phase before I became jaded. Well, that's terrible. I think my cat just took a shit in the litter box.
This is her future.
There.
This is her
Smells like bacon
future.
Cookies, and now it's like a mix of cat shit and bacon cookies.
Yep.
And a big tall stack of empty box wine.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. But this is her future, and she doesn't even bake fucking cookies. So it's candle fake poisoned chemical cookie shit.
It's awful.
That's the only organic thing in her life is cat shit.
Yeah, you know what she's baking with those dreads or whatever those things are.
To me.
Yeah, no, well, shit. I mean, guys, let's be honest. She is attractive.
Yeah, she's cute.
She's pretty cute. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think she has a problem with guys approaching her and hanging out with her and stuff like that by any means.
No, she's just got a problem finding someone to help pay her bills, like she mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. But even if that was the case, I still think that it shouldn't even be that difficult. There's plenty of simps. Like, she's probably already living off of simps anyways. Because if we go to her comments section here, 256 comments. Damn girl gonna judge me like Victor. Avoidant attachment style. Yes, I sometimes listen to my therapist. Analysis. Oh, wait a minute. So they're actually saying shit that like we're saying too.
One word: hypergamy. She's got it bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, she's 34. Come on, girl. Your clock's ticking.
Exactly. Yeah. You know,
and I'm sure she's getting baby rabies right now. If she doesn't, well, I think she already has kids, right?
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't have kids.
So fascinating is because
as her cat.
There's so many people who
and her dog. Look at this. Remember, this is her. This is who she gets boned by. Was that dog? I can't. I don't know. It's hard to find these and stop at the right spot. But she was getting down. You know, she snuggles with that dog.
Of disappointment on their face. Like they're thinking, this does not look like who I pictured that I would end up with. And the wild part is that sometimes the other.
But she just said that her celebrity crush would basically not even be good enough. So it's like, what are you actually imagining then? You know what I'm saying? Like she said, Neil deGrasse Tyson was her celebrity crush. Like, can you just imagine the snobbery of that? So like secret. I don't know if you like, let's say like Pam Grier or some celebrity crush or something that you really like came up to you and you just like, I don't really know if I like her or not. Like, how is that even possible?
And here's the thing. You're talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson as celebrity crush, but yet you talk about the CrossFit guy.
Yeah, and the white guy, and that was a white guy too, a white steroided Chad, meat-headed idiot. That's who she got dicked down by. She got CrossFitted pretty good. She got CrossFitted real good. You know how they make them like crawl on the ground? She had to do all that type of shit.
Snowboard, stop being so hard on yourself. You're not a meathead.
You know those big CrossFit ropes? I was whipping her ass with that big rope, those big battle ropes or whatever. I made her do the Spartan challenge.
Well, you know, she's a freak. She can auto asphyxiate herself with that hair.
Yeah, oh, geez. I didn't even think of that. That's actually kind of like hot now. She probably does do that. Oh my God.
The person is genuinely attractive. Like, there's nothing wrong with them. They're just not the person that this other person has built up in their head. So all that chemistry, all that connection they had in the pods, it just goes out the window because the reality doesn't match the fantasy. It just seems very similar.
So here's one other thing too. She has a little bit of Disney brain. Harry Potter brain, Twilight book brain. I think
Valley Girl brain.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of the part of it because she wants everything to be like a never-ending fantasy all the time, and because she likes anime and other stuff like that. So I think that there's something missing, that it's just like she's a bit autistic in that sense. She doesn't understand, like, well, human beings can't provide you this fantasy like bullshit that you want all the time. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure many guys have tried, but this is a little bit of Disney brain going on here.
The glass is always half empty for this one.
Yeah.
But it's also the never-ending pursuit of happiness and dopamine. And what women don't realize is that happiness is a state of being, and we're constantly ebbing and flowing in various states and degrees of happiness. But no, they want to ride that high 24/7, and it's not sustainable.
And she wants the never-ending Disney e-ticket.
Exactly. Yeah. But not only that, it's got to be new rides that are under construction and shit, like a new theme park and shit like that.
Well, that's why she's been riding that carousel for 34 years.
Exactly. And like Seagrip said, like her, or like the glass is half empty for her, but the litter box is always full.
Oh,
because her life is shit.
Snowboard, you must be writing again. That was a good one.
You know, I was listening to Snowboard the other day, and I was just thinking, I would have hated being in elementary school with him playing the dozens.
Yeah, when it comes to like insulting, which I don't really go in my person, I'm actually a very nice person. I don't really go around insulting people. If I have to, I can cut someone's head off with some insults if I had to.
Similar to what commitment panic is. I think that the panic happens because something that you have been fantasizing about, being in a relationship with someone, is finally becoming real. And the real life version doesn't look like what you pictured. Whether it doesn't look like it from their side, maybe they don't look like exactly what you pictured, or it could look like it from your own side. Maybe you're not at a point in your life that you pictured you would be in. Like, I've been unemployed for going on 8 months, you guys.
And that's a lie. It's been longer than that. I think it's been longer than that. We've looked at that, but we'll just take her at face value. 8 months. Okay, so you've been unemployed for 8 months and you said you're doing YouTube, 30.6K subscribers. Daddy has more subscribers than you. I have more subscribers than you. I haven't gotten checks from YouTube. Like I said, she's been doing this probably a couple years long. She's been doing this like much longer than I have. So she probably has shit, you know, and again, a lot of it's simps too, I bet.
Well, just like her love life, her YouTube channel's peaked a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I got to use that one.
Yeah.
It's all your secret.
Yeah. Unemployment has attacked her. Yeah. Yeah, they're constantly on the phone. Bring your own magic carpet. Yeah, for the Disney brain. Yeah. Yeah, they can breed cat. And I will save her. I actually kind of simp for her. And I should actually start commenting on shit. Like I'm actually trying to help her. Like she's only.
Now wait a minute. Let's go to her page and check out a full body shot before you go that far, Snowboard.
Seagrip's seen her on. I don't have Instagram and any other social media.
Don't get me wrong.
She's hot.
Is her body popping?
Yeah, she nice.
Yeah,
I'll give it. Well, let's just put it this way: she's about 5 years away before she could probably ride it out for another 5 years. Once she hit her 40s, though, yeah, it's going to be downhill. But and so she had, and that's the thing that women don't see coming.
But this is what I'm trying to wave the red flag, Seagrip, and say, hey, you're going to hit the iceberg here, and the ship will sink. You know what I'm saying? You're going to hit the wall here, and the ship will sink. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of like what we're doing here is just, well, we're just using her as an example of a lot of women's mindset. But what were you going to say?
I was just gonna say she's 34. She's looking kind of like she's Wallace already a little bit for me.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm 57. I don't care.
But no, she's attractive and stuff. But like,
oh, I'd take her out for sure. But keep her, hell no.
Yeah. Well, because her attitude is so cooked, she'd probably just let herself out the door.
Can you imagine living with somebody like this? Oh.
No,
exactly. Yeah. That's where you and I, because I turned 55 this month, and so I'm at the same. Like I said, you and I are looking at it from the same lens. No, I cannot. You know, I'll dick her down, but I'll never wife her up because I just can't be around that. It's like what Snowboard was saying, like he's real nice. But then he nuts. He's real nice until he nuts, and I can see. I
call it a nut and bolt. Oh,
okay, Hussein. Oh man, and so, but this is the kind of chick that if she would have wifed up conservative dude like me in her 20s, if we were in our 20s, and she when she was in college, and she would have got with the accounting major, the finance major,
a professor, like hundreds of different types of guys.
Then guess what? It would have been like Stockholm syndrome. You just now identify with your captor, and she would have someone.
But she needs that.
Exactly.
That would be good for her.
But she missed that window because now when you're at the finish line, what people don't realize is that what a lot of women don't realize is that when you're at the finish line and you're trying to pick winners, guess what? We're winners. We have options too.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
And at the end of the day, what women don't realize is that their optimal mating strategy, their option, that their youth and their beauty is their optimal strategy. It's like with Fresh. I think Fresh and Funky used this analogy, or I heard this analogy somewhere where these chicks, you're at the casino and you're up $1 million. Cash your chips and run.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
But they want to trade. No, I can double this. I can flip this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, hypergamy is a lot like greed. You just can't stop yourself from wanting that next better thing, the next better rush, the next dopamine hit.
Yeah.
No, I call it the BBD, not the BBC, the BBD, the bigger, better deal. That's what all these chicks be looking for.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the BBC.
Yeah. Well, it's bigger, better dick is what she probably would think it would mean anyways. Yeah.
That never.
But with her, the problem, the ship is sinking and just all the guys are plugging the holes.
I got a feeling she's been around a few dikes, if you know what I mean, too.
Perhaps, yeah. I wouldn't put it past her because she can't seem to settle on a guy. So I actually would not put that past her at all.
I think she's done her exploration years too, her exploration phase. You know what I mean?
You went to a thespian art college.
Yeah.
She's definitely done some. She's put some scissors to paper. We'll call it that, I guess.
The only thing she's missing is that nose ring.
Yeah, and by the way, she might have all that, but I think for her YouTube, I will give her this. She doesn't fully 304 it up, but I think that's because YouTube doesn't like that as much, maybe. So, but I'm not exactly sure. But I guarantee you she's had a nose ring and all this. She went to art school. Guys, if you're at an art school for 4 years, you're 304. Doing drugs, you're 304. Just period. It just is. It is what it is.
Oh yeah, and you've had 1 or 2 tuna sandwiches.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not hating on it. Good.
No, hell, go for it, girl.
Yeah.
You'll find out that women are just as bad or worse than men if you hate men.
Yeah. I think
they always come back around. They always come back around.
Yeah.
If they started out
Feel ready to meet.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Liberty, which we never had thought about. I never even had that cross my mind. But if you're at a thespian art school, art college for 4 years, like that's going to happen because that's what they do. They're trying to say like, hey, we're experimenting, we're doing art and all this. And like, that is part of the creative process for sure. But she hasn't created any art. Again, that painting on the wall up here is the same painting we see over and over again. Here's an idea. Try to sell your fucking art for money like an artist would. Stop using the title of saying you're an artist when you're not doing it. It pisses me off.
My soulmate right now. This is not how I pictured it happening. Okay.
Yeah,
or maybe you
looks
don't
apart.
Yeah.
like your body, or maybe you just aren't mentally ready. Maybe you're not as confident as you thought you'd feel. Maybe you're not as settled as you thought you'd be.
And now she's trying to give advice.
Whatever it is. Even with Mr. Awesome, who I genuinely believe was compatible with everything I said I wanted, even with
it still won't be good enough somehow.
It's like listening to an alcoholic trying to quit drinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
found flaws because he was.
Except she does swallow it. Oh!
A real human being. He wasn't a fantasy. He was a person. And people.
He takes the chaser before the beer. Oh!
With the thing that you've built up in your head after 6 years of being alone. Did I mention that in the beginning? That I've been single for 6 years? I think that there's also.
You're milking it. She's not been, like Seagrip said, she's not been single for 6 years.
She's waiting for that guy with the big cape, Captain Save-A-Ho.
Yeah, of course you can join, Locke. Yeah, welcome.
She has not been celibate. And gentlemen, any chick who and this is a fallacy that a lot of us men fall into, in which a chick tells us she hasn't been in a relationship in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, but I guarantee you she's been dicked down a lot earlier. She's been dicked down recently.
She's been in multiple situationships, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what
exactly. And she's even talked about that she was with the CrossFit guy, all this other stuff. But then she said she's single. So she's trying to play both sides of it.
Vague language.
To garner sympathy. And again, what is sympathy? The root is sympathy.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
So don't feel sorry for someone who has this plethora of options.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. Like, she's also trying to garner sympathy from the echo chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Like these morons, they thrive. It's like internet pity is a food group. It's like boxed wine to them. They seriously will constantly be going online to whine about how single they are and how it's impossible to find a good man and all of this garbage. And it's their security blanket. They are telling the other life failures what they want to hear, and the life failures come in and tell her what she wants to hear. So therefore she can justify her terrible behavior. Go, oh, good, it's not just me.
Yeah.
He's a validation vampire.
Yeah,
pretty much.
But a pussy is basically echo chamber.
I see what you did.
But it is, though, kind of, in a sense, like echo chamber stuff is for women because they want to recycle their validation. You know what I'm saying? They want
in here.
Yeah.
Too many have been.
Yeah.
That's her problem.
Many have been. Yeah. This chick, you could stick your hand in and still flip a coin.
Oh, God, dude.
So this
Answer yourself as heads or tails.
But
still have a
hey, Bounty, I just want to say I like your channel, brother. I just want to get that in there right now.
Yeah, congratulations, dude.
Oh yeah,
no, I'm just a hanger on.
Yeah, that's Matt Liberty is Matt H. Yeah, but yeah, thanks. Yeah, I've been killing on the subscribers. I've just been hammering these live streams and stuff. So I appreciate it. And you guys are welcome on the channel anytime. So you know, you know, help me build up to this point along the way. Did you see much of this before this Locke? Did you just tune in? Because there's a couple things.
I just got in. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. Let me guess. This is a modern woman. She's over the age of 35. She's whining that she can't find a man and that she ends up finding dudes that she ends up really, really liking. And these dudes, they don't like her back. They won't love her. They won't make things official. They won't wife her up. They're more than happy to pork her, you know, because, you know, Chad's got to get his rocks off anyways. And because she has, you know, Chad Tyrone, Chang Wang Takeda, and, you know, Flobby Flop Balls, she assumes that's all men.
Yeah.
And so now she's whining that she can't find a man and how hard it is to be single and how she's a victim. Scale of 1 to 10, how close am I?
80%. 80%. But here, let me just show you this right here.
He's only 34, buddy.
Yeah. This one, so, she's only 34, and a couple of times she has tossed away the men. But let me show you, because this is what I want to rewind it to right here, and this will kind of encapsulate some of the privilege here.
Because once again, I
might be like a
in
few
that
seconds
panic
off.
mode. Honestly, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, my literal celebrity crush, could walk out of the woods today and ask me to marry him, and I'd be like, "Oh man, let me think about that for a second."
Go bigger.
Are there any?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It might be better.
But think what she just said.
That's why I brought it back to here. Are there any other astrophysicists who are black? We have to also say that too. Listen to this entitlement here.
But here's the key thing. She just said that he is her celebrity crush. And if her celebrity crush asked her to marry her, she would be like, let me think about it. Can I do better? It's funny you said Pam Grier because she was my celebrity crush.
Yeah,
she
so
was
I
a
filled
fox,
in who
yo.
I thought it could be, but I'm saying like Seagrip. Let's say it doesn't have to be Pam Grier now, but let's say it was like 20 years ago or just whatever.
Exactly.
Just 10 years ago
Pam,
or whatever. But you would not be having this like,
no.
is there a kind of slightly better chick than Pam Grier? Who's
Look,
even
I
more
had
famous or
crushes.
something?
Look, Pam Grier, Vanessa Williams, Janet Jackson. These are chicks. And like I said, these are just crushes I had throughout the years. Being in my, I would not have thought about it. I would have been like, yes. I would be like, oh, can I do better? You just said this person was your celebrity crush.
That's what I'm trying to point. That's why I rewinded it here to show Locke and you guys again. Because that encapsulates.
At Secret, I just want to say your celebrity crushes, you top tier, dude. Top tier. Like Pam Grier was before my time, but I saw her in Jackie Brown, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
You are a man of taste and class, sir.
Those classic blaxploitation flicks are awesome. They're so much fun.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
I wish.
Cue the funky music.
Yeah.
I wish I had a picture of one of my girlfriends in college, because I swear she could have been her daughter.
Oh yeah, no, and Math Man, you're absolutely 100% right.
Yep.
He is like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I have absolutely no idea how in the HE double hockey sticks that loser got his has as much notoriety as he has with some of the most ridiculous stuff that he said.
I know why, and that's why I asked when you started watching, because we as soon as she said Neil deGrasse Tyson, I brought that up, but somebody had the perfect they said he's a like a NASA tier or something like that.
So bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, like someone. I'm trying to search through the comments here, but I'm glad Mathman said it, because he has, someone who's like, in the field, and you got a couple of us said it, because that's what I was trying to say. Neil deGrasse Tyson is for like idiot stoners. He's like a cheap, low rent black Timu Carl Sagan for idiots.
Yeah,
of the West.
Carl Sagan.
That's like what it is.
I liked Carl Sagan. There was something about the way he said billions and billions that was just so soothing. It was like the Bob Ross of astrophysics.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what they try to pitch Neil deGrasse Tyson as, and he's just not.
He's up. No, I've listened. I'm not an astrophysicist. Okay, but I have listened to enough of his stuff that I feel more of a qualified astrophysicist than freaking Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I know nothing of astrophysics.
Yeah.
When I listen to that guy, I mean, my eyes roll so hard, my head hurts after a while. I just have to turn
You can actually listen to him?
You have to be so baked. Like, he's someone
only
who
for
will,
so long.
He'll be like, so what happens is when a rocket ship goes up, it goes... It's like you're explaining something to like a preschooler.
I'd rather listen to Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Well, Bill Nye the Science Guy is also a psyop dude.
Yeah, he is, but at least his show back when we were kids was kind of fun.
Yeah,
I will give him the minimum amount of credit for Bill Nye the Science Guy at the show. But now, oh God, I can't stand him. I cannot stand him. I can't even watch the show.
Well, because he did all that woke. He's like male and female can be the same thing and shit like that.
Yeah,
so
the planet's on fire. I'm gonna swear up a storm.
Yeah, Bill Nye, the propaganda guy, dude.
Yeah, pretty much.
No integrity.
It doesn't have the same ring to it, though.
Yeah, but these guys are. Here we go. This NASA marketeer. That's like what Neil deGrasse Tyson is. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I was looking back through all the shit for it. Yeah.
It's crazy.
They keep the tax dollars flowing to NASA.
Yeah, exactly. Can we have an image of the Earth? Oh, well, not quite. We have to keep doing like Photoshop images of the Earth, but we just tell you this is what it is. Like, because when you see pictures like when they show, and I don't want to like go down too much of a rabbit hole for NASA, but like when you're seeing like a picture that they're showing you is the Earth, it's just various pictures that they're like making like a conglomerate of pictures.
No,
it's not actual like,
I mean,
that kind of stuff cuts into the budget for like, Photoshop shopping out the air bubbles,
Yeah, when they're underwater and shit like that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Snowboard, you could do an entire video. You could do an entire live stream on NASA conspiracies.
Well, yeah, I've been wanting to.
I want to be on that show.
Yeah,
count me in, dude.
I don't like that, and we can maybe even go that direction. Mathman, let's let Mathman's been a listener to viewer of the show and stuff like that. And he has a little bit on it. We can go down a rabbit hole of it about Neil deGrasse Tyson and all this bullshit.
Dude, Snowboard, that's why I love your show, man. Like
yeah.
Literally 5 minutes ago, we were talking about how hot Pam Grier is. Now we're talking about discrediting Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well, because when it first came up, instantly, because as soon as this Neil deGrasse Tyson, I just wanted to like call it out immediately right away. But so a part of what this girl's problem is too is also Disney brain.
Oh yeah.
That's why she likes Neil deGrasse Tyson so much. That's Disney brain. Disney brain has been like, oh, this is our celebrity black physicist guy, so he's really cool. Yeah, Mathman, you can come on and you can have the floor a little bit and talk about it. And it's no pressure.
Please do.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. double hockey sticks, yeah.
It's no pressure. Like I can bring up certain images and stuff for you if you want.
I'll be happy to dip to make room for you, brother.
No.
There's plenty of room.
No, we're all good. We're all good.
It's like I think you can fit like 10 people, can't you?
I think so. Yeah. But we like talking about
that's what she said.
And all this shit.
Hey, secret. Her body count is that low.
All right, secret. Not into that.
Man, I didn't know that. I didn't know that she was, like.
I only do the chocolate vanilla swirl at Dairy Queen, brother.
Oh.
Well, that shut everybody up.
Pay me, dude. You could not pay me. There's not a sum of money in the world. I'm sorry, but there's no like. I tell people, I got nothing to lose. I lost all my dignity in high school, but the idea of seeing her naked, I start to realize, oh my God, there's dignity that I didn't realize that was there.
Oh, but yeah, let's because also too, damn it, where was the
gives a whole new meaning to come to Jesus.
First, do you guys remember when the very first thing I showed, the very first video I showed, I gotta find when I showed you that Freemason shit. I don't know. I didn't delete the video, but I can't find it now.
Was it the one with the professor? Yeah, just a second.
No. It was like from tonight. I found a video where they're discussing.
I thought you were talking about your first live stream.
The first live stream, yeah, I was looking at that professor guy a lot and stuff like that. So yeah, Mathman, if you want to join and talk about that, we can also do it another time too. We can do a full blown NASA show because I've been wanting to go deeper into that, but I didn't really set up too much of an itinerary. But I don't trust NASA. I'm not gonna try to make it is the Earth flat or not. I don't really want to go down that direction, but I will say this: I don't trust NASA. They piss away a ton of money, and NASA is old Nazi scientists.
Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, NASA is like George Soros type,
and
shills
the funny thing
from World War II and shit. That they're kind of like that's what it started as. We can't say that they all are like that now, but there's probably their offspring and stuff there. Like they're basically like evil scientists who are smart. We have to say they are smart and good in their field, but they have no loyalty to anybody. So they're just going to go whoever pays them to go kill people or make weapons. That's like, what they're going to do.
Like pretty much it's like the Americans, they were like, hey, here's the thing. You're World War II baddies. Nuremberg is happening. You join our side, you start doing cool stuff for us, we'll protect you. The Soviets were doing the same thing. I mean, it was pretty much a fire sale. They were trying to get as many of those scientists as out of there.
No, Russia
as they could.
Yeah. Russia got as many as we did.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, no, they got a ton. They got a freaking ton. I mean, it was, everything must go. Literally.
And just by logistics, they might have got the pick of the litter.
Probably, yeah.
The Soviets?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean,
a lot of good it did them.
Probably, yeah. I don't know.
They were ahead of us in rocketry for decades.
Yeah, that's true. They were the first, space race.
Even
Sputnik.
right now, the rockets that like Russia's the so basically like our rocket engines and stuff we actually get from like Russia. Russia does like
fair
a lot
enough.
of the,
I retract
rocket.
my statement.
Yeah, so Russia does we just demonize Russia. Russia does a lot of pretty cool stuff. Like they're not all evil people, really.
No, I don't No, that's the thing. I'll make fun of commies, but I have no official beef with Russia. I need to, I like making fun of them. I think because making fun of the Ruskies has been comedic fodder for like the last 50, 60 years.
Of course, yeah.
But at the same time, I've got no legitimate beef with Russia.
Yeah.
Like even during that whole mess with the Ukraine, like it's like they were trying so hard to bring back hating Russia. I don't mean to go off on a tangent there, but I started looking at that going, you want me to hate Russia? Man, that is so retro.
Mathman, your devices are not connected. Maybe try like unplugging your mic and plugging it in again and try joining the link again. Sometimes this happens in StreamYards. And then we can hear about Neil deGrasse Tyson and those types.
A pro tip here, turn off your camera.
Yeah, if you turn off the camera, that helps too.
Turn off the camera. NASA's spying on you, dude.
No, it's the Illuminati.
I thought they were. I thought NASA was a branch of the Illuminatus.
Well, of course.
Okay. All right. Cool. We're on the same page then.
No,
they're all part of the Illuminatus.
No, 80% of what I say is for comedic value, if there is any. So don't take me too seriously.
Yeah, and also, this is we're talking about Minecraft here. Every single thing we're talking about is on Minecraft. So YouTube, don't get your panties in a bunch. We're just a bunch of passionate gamers about Minecraft. You have to make sure you say that. I loves me the Minecraft, like the Jack Black movie. I heard of it.
I'm kind of more like Missile Command generation here. Sorry.
Oh no. Oh God. I grew I was fortunate enough as an entitled millennial. I caught like the tail end of that. This was like a few years after the great video game crash. So, NES was out. But no, dude, like I was always looking for arcades that had asteroids and Missile Command and stuff like that.
Yeah, you don't want to know how much lawnmower money I wasted on those machines when I was a kid.
$70.
Oh God. Well, see, back then $7 could give you a whole afternoon.
Just try it one more time, Mathman, and if not, we will bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he'll be coming up again. And I wanted to cover NASA and stuff like that. But you being someone who's in the field, I'm also a Luddite too, with a lot of this stuff in YouTube and everything as well. But
30K subs from a Luddite.
Well, sorry. After your channel blows up, Snowboard, bring him on as a guest, and they can have a debate.
Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson will be needing my money on here. And I already said this 304 here, I have now more subscribers than she does.
Good for you, man.
So she actually needs my help.
Hey, maybe you can get a finder's fee out of her.
Exactly.
Good for you, dude. No, dude, that's freaking awesome. I'm incredible. Like, I've been wanting to get on your show for a while. Unfortunately, it just hasn't been feasible. Long story. You need not know the details, but dude, I am sincerely happy for you, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, Math Man.
Snowboard and AJ are blowing up. It's really cool to see. Hey, we actually have like a bot-free thing to enjoy.
Yeah,
exactly. Good.
Yeah, no, we should do a collab sometime so you can help me out.
Plus, here's the thing. Pretty soon you'll be able to do what Fresh and Funky do, and and ABBA and Preach do. You can leverage, your subs for box.
Yeah.
because when these chicks try to come on their shows, they be leveraging their platforms for box. I don't get it, but oh well.
Yeah, Math Man, it's something isn't quite working. I don't know if you have a so if you have a camera, you can like turn it off, and I don't know if you're using a microphone or not. I don't know why it's not letting you up, to be honest. Sometimes it does shit like this. So if you can't get on this time, we will 100% do a proper talk shit about NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and a bunch of these fake scientists and shit like that too. So for the meantime, I'm going to just keep the show rolling. But just try the link again. I sometimes shit like this can happen with StreamYards. Like, my Discord is also broken. So if anyone's been trying to message me on that, I might need to make a whole new Discord account or something. I'm like, locked
I had a
out
hell
of
of a
it or
time
something.
getting on one time too. It's probably just buggy for some reason for him.
Yeah, because Matt has tried to join a
Discord.
few times too, or Liberty. It's on here. It says Matt H, but he's had a couple times where he tried to join it. It was an issue too. So, but
I
we'd
was
love to
actually
hear what
able
you
to
have to
join up.
say another time, Math Man. You're a valued listener, and you're funny, and
Yeah, just keep trying, Math Man. You'll get on.
But
Yeah,
it's not
I
me not
mean,
letting you on, just so you know.
I don't even know how you're supposed to act anymore. And I'll be honest, I've definitely done some self-sabotaging. I've let a couple of
Sab.
All right, back to roasting 304.
Yeah. Sabotaging.
personal details fly a little early just to see if it would scare them off, like a little test. And the messed up thing is when it doesn't scare them off, you feel two things at once: pleased, but also terrified because, oh crap, am I ready to have a boyfriend? I wanted one for so long, and here it is. And then there's the other version of self-sabotage, which is
that's the thing.
judging
Hey,
the
Snowboard.
absolute-
She doesn't want a boyfriend. She wants the idea of a boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
She has absolutely no idea what a relationship entails. She has this idea that relationships are the ending to a romantic comedy, that everything's love and everything's happiness and all of this crap. But the second is, if she ever starts getting with a guy and it's getting serious, the second she gets a wee bit butthurt, she assumes that he's the wrong man and that there's someone better. She does not want a boyfriend. She wants a freaking movie moment because she is convinced that her life is a rom-com. I mean, it is a comedy, but it's for all the wrong reasons, and we're the ones laughing at her.
Exactly. That's part of the Disney brain. That's what I was talking about. That's part of Disney brain, Harry Potter brain / like Twilight book brain. That's what a part of the delusion or just fantasy is for her.
Yeah.
She just needs to just stop deluding herself and start an OF page, and me and Seagrove can take care of her, give her some content. She's just talking about how much she likes a little pleasure and a little she likes to be terrorized or something like that at the same time. I think we got a solution for her.
Have some respect for yourself, sir.
Liberty had the sick idea of like she's Liberty Caps had the idea. She thinks that she likes to be choked with those dreads. Like that's something maybe C-Grip would know about. I haven't been with a girl who has dreads really that I could think of.
They're nice to tug on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I mean I've had, you know, the pigtails like handlebar type shit.
Oh, I've had some blackberry cobbler in my past.
That's what we're calling it. Oh. I gotta be taking
and she
notes
became
on
a
how
blackberry gobbler. Oh,
yeah, you don't want to
little whipped cream on top.
Don't go gobbler on the cobbler, man. You're gonna get yourself an infection along the gum line.
Yeah.
I don't have gingivitis. I'm white.
Hey. As somebody who is half ginger, I might take offense to that.
Ginger, please.
Hell out of the other person and everything that they do, and just being
this is why I like watching this
at the first
this chick here, because it always makes some good content and interesting tangents.
Sign of trouble. One disagreement, one bad day, one off date. And my first thought is, well, clearly this isn't going to work out. I knew it. I knew something was going to go wrong. I'm washing my hands of the whole thing. And underneath all that is the real fear, which
half
is
ginger.
As you start liking this person, you're going to commit to them and they're going to break your fucking heart, because that's happened to me. The guy I dated who was 7 years younger than me, when we were dating,
This woman can't even run a 100-yard dash.
Together, 8 months straight. Sleeping.
She runs a 100-yard gash.
Oh, ow.
See, that's what she wants right there. That's what she wants. She doesn't want a boyfriend, because relationships take work, they take compromise. And in relationships, you're going to argue. Mm-hmm. You are going to have disagreements. It is not always going to be happy. But she, again, going back to Disney brain, she thinks a relationship is supposed to be 100% happiness all the time, and this person is supposed to. Yeah. What was that phrase from Jerry Maguire? You complete me. That's right. She thinks that there is a half out there that's supposed to complete her. That's supposed to fix every single one of her problems because of his existence, and because that's she refuses to believe that's impossible.
Yeah, but like Secret said earlier, if she got wifed up at a younger age and had that Stockholm syndrome, that would actually be one of the best things for her, in a sense. In a strange way, that would actually be like kind of she would have more structure than she has now, because now she doesn't have any structure or anything, and she's like, the ship is sinking.
Well, look at
just guys are trying to plug all those holes.
Well, look at the picture you've got up right now.
Here we go. Here's Math Man.
Hey, you made it, brother. Yeah.
Thank you for coming here. So let's pivot and welcome Math Man to the show, and let's go over Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'll put a picture.
Do you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfectly. We got you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Hey, how are y'all doing?
We're doing awesome.
A-okay, sir. A-okay.
Well,
let me put up a picture of Neil deGrasse Tyson so we can
Friday evening
talk about him.
Hey, thanks for having me on, man. I've really been enjoying what you have to say. My apologies for the monologue here, but Seagrip the Monster, you're hilarious. Locke the Bounty Hunter. This has been fun. So I guess
so what do you know about Neil deGrasse Tyson and how it goes deeper than
well, I guess to kind of give you some background so you guys know I'm not full of nonsense. My background is mathematics and physics. I do have advanced degrees in both. But I think what I really would like to convey to you and your to the rest of the listeners is that look, physicists, we really know nothing about the universe. And to be more specific, it's really just speculation on everything.
It's kind of Heisenbergish, isn't it?
Well,
like the observer can affect the dynamic as much as not being there sometimes.
Well, it's even more simplistic than that. It is really, everything is speculation. They literally know nothing about anything. It really comes down to that. I know it's funny, and I remember in all of my university classes, it's all speculation. There's really no consensus on anything. I will say this though, that I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I've never done this before.
Yeah.
Dude,
no pressure, man.
let me tell you something, man. You're in good company. You know, you're doing just fine. So just, you're good, man. Don't worry.
No, we're not just winging it. We're chicken winging it.
And really my specialty is geodesy. And that
Never heard of
does, well, geodesy is in relation to the curvature of the earth, right?
Oh, okay.
So,
okay. So the earth is indeed round then.
Well, okay.
I was making a flat earth joke, fell onto.
Yeah, no, I know where you're coming from, but I'm also, again,
See, let me just preface, like, one reason I haven't done anything on NASA and stuff, like NASA as its own entity and Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think are shills and kind of wasting money and everything like that. But as far as like the earth and things like that, like, I don't actually know. And to be honest, I don't put a shit ton of thought into it because unless I, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't fly planes. I don't do a lot that's like, in other words, what I'm saying is this, like, the thing about if Earth was flat, it won't change your day-to-day life for most people. Let's say it's flat around, it doesn't change. You still have to get up and go to work and do all the other things you need to do. The thing that is important about it, it's more important in some ways, whether the earth is round or flat, is the fact that you could have been being lied to. So if they can lie to you about the shape of the earth and everything, that means many, many, many other things can be a lie.
Exactly.
And that's what's more important about the whole thing. So like that and there are many other things that can be a lie regardless, but some people need to work from that one core principle, then work backwards, which kind of will break your brain. And some people need that actually.
Actually, I think it's actually much deeper than that. Well, whether or not the earth is flat does have an effect on all of us. But at the very least, all that we can say as mathematicians and physicists is, at the bare minimum for sure, is that the earth is at least a disk, right? So think of like a Frisbee or something like that, right? So it is for sure that, no doubt, whether or not it's actually, spherical or not is, how do you prove that? And as a matter of fact, it's actually somewhat difficult to prove, because you can say for sure that there is some kind of curvature, whether or not the fact that it's actually a sphere, that's up for debate.
Yeah,
right?
I would definitely
Does
say
that
there
make
is some
sense?
curvature for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've actually proven this. I don't have any papers or anything like that written about it, but I am in a profession of engineering and geodesy, and I have proven this to other professionals, and it has to do with the oil and gas industry, incidentally.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Interesting.
So it has to do with it had to do with calculations over a certain distance with oil pipe, right? For moving oil pipe, right? So what they had done was they had calculated the length of pipe that needed to construct a 200-mile pipeline, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what they did not do was calculate the fact that the Earth is at bare minimum curved in some way, shape, or form. So
they really need like an extra length.
Exactly.
To accomplish
right.
that. Yeah.
So you're not going to see that over a mile or 2 miles even, right? Maybe half a foot or 2 feet or 3 feet. But if you go over 200 feet, you're going to see, several hundred feet of discrepancy in the pipe that you need to connect between two ends.
Mm-hmm.
So for sure, it is at least a curve just based on those calculations. But that's the geodesy aspect of what I do. But there's also, like I had mentioned, though I do have advanced degrees, in both mathematics and physics. That's mathematics. Mathematics is a little bit more straightforward, right? It's just formulas and calculating things over. Physics it's a little bit more nuanced. It's a little bit more creative thinking, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And they do not know how any of this stuff works. It's really just speculation on how any of it works.
Well, there's been a saying that like so there's a couple things that like kind of will be parallel to this in a sense. Like they're saying Newton created the death of God. And what does that mean? That means by creating numbers and measurement of everything starts to make a mathematical universe in a sense. So we're creating a limitation where before it maybe was unlimited. So like if I went to somebody in the Amazon jungle or something like that had no, basically most of these tribes and stuff that don't have numbers or anything, the only number they have is one. Why? Because everything comes from one thing, one God, one everything. If we were to tell them the earth is round or something like that, I believe that they would say, no, this is flat. This is wrong. I think the default mode is that people would actually think that it is flat. Maybe there is some curvature or something, but what I'm trying to say is the way that they can shape your beliefs, it's like Santa Claus level shit that's saying like, well, the world is actually round and stuff, but if you think any different, you're crazy and stuff like that. But you're also sitting there saying like, well, like if I have a tennis ball, I can't make water stick to all the sides.
Right.
And a bunch of basic stuff like that. And they say, well, you just don't have an advanced degree. You don't understand how it works. It's like, no, I don't think you really understand how it works either.
Yeah, but
they don't. I'm saying?
I mean, I think that, okay, so do you mind if I tell you a story?
No, this is your time. You're the expert. We want to hear what you have to say. So take your time. If you want me to pull something up on here, like this is a community of people here, and see how we have intelligent people in here, guys. We're not just, this is not a slop house here. We're dealing with ideas.
Wait a minute.
And paradigm changes in here and stuff like that.
No, I want to hear it.
Yeah. So, okay. So, yeah, you do. I've seen some of these comments, man. You absolutely have to account for the curvature of the earth. I mean, it's just the way that it is. Like this is what I do, and I have to account for it. This is my profession.
Don't worry about comments. You say what you want to say. Don't worry about any comments. You just say what you would like to say.
Okay.
Don't let that steer you in any direction.
So I was absolutely before I started my studies, I was an absolute atheist.
And by the way, this is my neighbor trolling anyways, so don't worry about like this is like my good. He's a great guy, so he's trolling in a funny, sarcastic.
Oh, okay,
way.
he's trolling. That's
Yeah.
cool. I'm cool with that. But yeah, okay.
He's my neighbor. He's a good guy. And by the way, like, I don't want you to worry about any comments. You just say what you want to say. Like, guys, we can disagree with each other in here. Like, this is all good. We're all here to have some fun.
Well, the thing of it is I can prove these. I can prove the fact that it's not flat, but there are other things that cannot be proven. For example, like you know, I was an absolute.
But you think it's shaped like a disc, sort of.
Well, all I'm saying is, like, so I have the mathematical brain, right? So all I can say for sure is that at the very least it's curved, right? So that's all I can say for sure. Whether or not it is a sphere or if you're
pear shaped, they try to tell you, oh, it's actually pear shaped.
Or like that's what we would call an ellipse, right? An ellipsoid. So not like a perfect sphere, but it's an ellipse, kind of like it's like an imperfect sphere. That's what we would call an ellipsoid. And it's just a mathematical calculation of the mean elevation throughout the entire planet. This is esoteric, so I do apologize if it gets a little out of control. So I will try to do my best to make it understandable. But I think the biggest thing that I want to say is, and I think the thing that will drive all of this home is that when I first started my studies, 20 some odd years ago, I was an atheist or an agnostic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as I started studying, advanced, mathematics and physics, and then along with that would be like evolutionary biology, right? Because you have to study that nonsense to get your degrees. Okay. I really struggled with the aspect of, evolution, right? Evolutionary biology. And then, so I'm over here in biology 301 or whatever that was called. And then the next class I would have to go into
biology 304.
Exactly, right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I'm studying, I gotta take this class in order to get my degrees in math and physics. And I go over to my, physics class. And then now I have to study Newton's laws of thermodynamics.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't have Newton's laws of thermodynamics and evolutionary biology at the same time. They don't work together, right? So the idea of evolutionary biology is like we all advance and we get better over time, right? But then you have Newton's laws of dynamics, thermodynamics, that says that systems tend to decay or at the very least go to entropy. Well, that violates what we learn in evolutionary biology, because if all systems go to decay or a state of entropy, and I don't know if your audience knows what a state of entropy is just a steady state of nothing, of just equilibrium, right? So it's not getting better, it's not getting worse over time. Well, how do we evolve? But then we have to therefore adhere to Newton's laws of dynamics at the same time. Like you can't have, it has to be, it has to work together, right? Is this making sense?
It does, but I think that's what they're saying. Like Newton made the death of God in a sense, because now in other words, taking what God made and trying to quantify it and make it all these systems and all that, where maybe that's actually like maybe we're just chasing a carrot. Essentially, like we can get better and better and better and better at it and get better measurements and stuff like that. But if it's always an ongoing creation, that may never be able to be fully quantified, perhaps.
But I think what I'm really trying to say is that these people that we have at the upper levels of these institutions, they don't know, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
That's your main point, is saying like we don't, which
They
I'm glad
don't
you're
know.
saying that they don't actually know, which is the most important thing. Like people are afraid to say like we don't know. That's what I'm saying with the Earth. I think it is basically flat, but that doesn't mean it can't also have some curvature to it somehow. You know what I'm saying? But I don't actually know because I haven't been up in a spaceship to see it. So I don't actually know. And by the way, most of our textbooks and stuff are made by JP Morgan and a bunch of shit like that.
It's all propaganda. Like,
so like we don't really
all
know
propaganda.
Shit.
It's all propaganda.
Like one of the things that I've noticed is, I mean, I'm not going to try to steal the spotlight here, and I'm not trying to derail the subject, but one thing, once I woke up because I was asleep, I have no problem admitting it.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is the real red pill, is discussions like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
This is the real this is why
Absolutely.
this is the red pill that I like.
Yes.
I don't just like, I do like talking about women,
It's
but
actually
this is the
more,
real red pill, is shit like this.
It's actually more black pilled, to be honest with you.
Like, so like what I wanted to say was like one of the things that I started questioning was the concept of climate change. And it's like pretty much one of the things that I like paying attention to because I enjoy science, but I love the conspiracies and the cover-ups behind science, where it ended up becoming a religion within itself, where it's like if you have people asking questions about climate change, and you know, all the scientific community or the public scientific community, they band together and say, no, you're wrong. The science is 100% ironclad. Science doesn't change. This is the truth. You take a look
That's
at
not
textbooks.
science though, dude.
No, it's not. It's not. Like, I barely know anything. Like, I'm not a scientist, but even I know that science evolves over time. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my impression of science has always been, you know, not only does it change, but it evolves very slowly. It takes time. But, yeah, exactly. It takes new theories, it takes new hypotheses, it takes lots and lots of experiments and studies for science to evolve. What's been happening for the last 10, 15 years? Oh, science has been changing like instantly. Like we're learning new things all the time. It's like, no, even I know it doesn't work that way. And I freaking love how scientists, you see this with archaeology as well, where it's like these people will band together and stonewall you and shame you if you try to bring any other ideas to the table. And science is not about that. It's insane to me. Anyways, I'm sorry to go off on a tangent there. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I honestly, here's my opinion on all of this. And to kind of circle back to what I was saying earlier, because I went to one of my PhD for professors and I asked him, like, these are like, you know, MIT, Cal Berkeley PhD guys, right? Physicists, quantum mechanics guys. I'm like, I asked several of them. I'm like, why do I have to sit through evolutionary biology when it says this, and then you're telling me this? And they literally would look at me and say, you just have to accept it. So I'm like, so this is just all nonsense? Nobody knows anything? And they're like, yeah, basically. Yes.
But why do they do that? Because it serves them to do it. They get a check for that. Their ego is built on it. Their whole career is built on it. It doesn't do them any good to question the status quo. They don't like that. And that maybe it does, but what I'm trying to say is like how they have to do certain things to get the funding sometimes. So they're not going to fuck with that.
Okay, I also do believe that, you know, in your evolutionary biology classes, there's 200 students, right? In your quantum mechanics class, your 600 level quantum mechanics class, there's like 10 students, right? It comes down. You're right. So it's like funding, man. It comes down to that.
That's what I'm suggesting. So like I think, but for them, they can't bite the hand that feeds.
And I want to also say one thing too.
Sure.
Do you want to know how many women were in my advanced level quantum mechanics?
I think we know that answer, and that answer is 0.
Yes.
Yeah,
0.
How could they take
0?
No, Snowboard. How could they take advanced, mathematics and astrophysics courses when they're too busy studying the patriarchy? Patriarchy is science of sorts.
Yeah. No, that's we knew that was going to be probably 0.
I just threw that in there as anecdotal nonsense.
I'm not. No, but that.
Thank you for that math. Thank you.
That hey, no, it's relevant. Like I was guessing 0 is kind of to be funny, but
0, dude.
I think
0.
that we.
0.
But and I would imagine they're probably mostly like Asian or something too that are.
No, honestly, it was mostly white dudes and black dudes. Where's C-Grip in there? Yeah.
Wow.
It was proportional to the the race of the United States, man. So it was mostly black dudes and white dudes. Actually very few Asians, honestly. It was almost exclusively black and white dudes.
Where'd you go to school?
I went to a state university in the western part of this country.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you don't have to give away anything if you don't you want to interfere with your job.
It was a science and engineering school.
Yeah.
It's pretty reputable, yeah. But it was
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I keep interrupting.
Yeah, it was proportional to the race of the country. It was black dudes and black guys and white dudes. Absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. So you're saying a problem like when they go to calculate pipes to do like oil and stuff like that you do need to calculate for curvature.
Yes, you do. 100%. Yes, absolutely. You have to. We have to make those calculations. My business is so I own a business, and that's essentially what I do, right? So I have to calculate in the curvature of the earth to properly calculate those distances. Yes. If not,
so it's like a surveying job. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Yes.
Cool. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. It's the Odyssey. I absolutely have to calculate. I have to account in for and every part of the country has its own calculations that I have to take in those factors. Yeah. And you have to figure that curvature in there.
So
you're like an estimator writ large.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that being said, what you just said there, though, and this isn't to like discredit what you're doing or anything like that. So if there's different areas have, we'll say, like a different radius or calculation, that doesn't necessarily, like, that in and of itself almost means that the Earth is not ball shaped. It could be more of, like you said, like a disc.
It's an ellipse.
So you think it's an ellipse shape because, like, in other words, what I'm saying, those different radiuses are almost like different humps in different areas.
Yes.
Yeah, because that is what kind of makes more sense.
Yes.
That makes a lot more sense. So like you are basically saying it's flat Earth doesn't mean it's just necessarily a sheet of paper that's perfectly level.
Right.
People think of everything in such a 2D way.
Right.
So like
I got it.
Yeah. So
it's a flying Boston cream.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Well, they have other theories where they think that certain things are donut shaped, like the universe is actually like a donut shape.
That was a Simpsons joke too.
Do I get extra points for that?
Yeah, when Stephen Hawking was.
So that's what you're saying. Let me get up. Because I want to show this to people so they have a good ellipse.
Earth. Let me just put in ellipse Earth and just see like what comes up.
It's
here.
actually much deeper than just the flat Earth. I mean, I think that I truly believe
flat. I think. Sorry to interrupt, but flat Earth is just a way of,
it's
or
a
what
grid
it should
system.
be saying. It's a way to show, yeah, that it's not. So, what basically my neighbor was saying here is the spinning ball thing. Where is it? Where are the locusts?
But is it a spinning ball? Right?
No, he thinks
how do you prove that? You can't. It's not provable.
So in other words, the Earth isn't a flying, spinning ball of water chasing.
Well, I don't know. Nobody knows.
We don't know, but you're leaning more towards that. It's an ellipse shape, like
no. Okay. So an ellipse is just a mathematical model to model the distance between 2 points over a non-grid system. Does that mean okay? So like if you think of it like a grid system, right? You take your standard 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, and you draw. You got a point up here. You got an XY axis, and you draw a straight line. That's a grid system, right? Now, if you take that piece of paper and you put a slight bend to it, now you're creating kind of an ellipse, an ellipsoid calculation to that. Does that make sense? So
I'm going to try to find a video of it. So I think it's something people need to see.
Yeah, this is very esoteric. So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, no, I'm so like what you're saying made a lot of sense about. So let's keep it simpler for people.
Yeah.
You have a business where you're surveying things for oil companies and stuff like that, and they need that. The pipe, they can't overbuy the pipe, they can't underbuy the pipe because that fucks up the whole.
Because then I no longer have a job, ever again. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I have to calculate those distances to within, 5% plus.
Yeah.
Well,
so they have extra.
A couple feet. If I get it within a couple feet, I'm good to go. But I'm talking within like maybe 100 feet, I'm good to go.
So, but what you were saying was that different spots on the Earth have a different
ellipsoid factor. Yes.
Yeah, which is basically meaning like a radius or bubble. That can be so when sometimes we're looking at this at different spots on the Earth, that's why they're saying see the curvature and stuff there. So that just might be for that hump that it's at, which can be probably a huge area. It could be like half of a country or something, a small country or something like that.
Yeah. So
both can be true in a way, but that does not mean the Earth is necessarily a spear shaped or pear shaped, how they try to say.
I mean, I think the best representation they have is like an apple, or like not even an orange, right? Because an orange is actually pretty circular, but think of like an apple or even a pineapple or something like that, right? So the curvature is a little bit different in every little square inch on the surface of that pineapple or apple, right? So if you take like an apple, right, and you expand it, every little area of that apple is going to have a slight different curvature. So, right. So
hang on a second. Let's on this zesty guy here. Let's this is a quick 9-minute video because you were saying that you didn't like Neil deGrasse. We all agree that Neil deGrasse Tyson's kind of a not a crazy smart guy. He's just kind of the media likes him. He's black. He's zany. He took acid a few times or something like that. Let's just see this is a quick 9-minute video, and we'll pause it and critique what they say because maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson will just enlighten us.
So tell me, Neil.
That is zesty as hell.
Is the Earth flat?
We have video from space of the rotating spherical Earth. The Earth is round.
Okay, can you pause it? Do you mind pausing it there?
Yeah.
So
okay, he's already misleading you.
Yeah.
Okay, because
No, Math Man, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay, he's already misleading you there, right? So we have video from space showing that it rotates.
No, we don't.
Okay, right. Because let's say that you did.
We can't have like film and shit that could even work up in there.
Well, it's even simpler than that, right? So like you can't, because motion in space is relative. So you actually, is the camera rotating or is the Earth rotating?
Yeah.
There's actually no way to prove that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, so based on what he has said right there, you have to therefore go back into what's called discrete mathematics and tautology. He's already lied to you once. You already have to assume from here on forward that the rest of it's just bullshit.
Exactly. And this is what I was trying to say about flat Earth earlier is, let's say the Earth was actually flat, but you're told to think it's round. That means that you have been living in like a lies upon lies upon lies upon lies, and all the various methodologies of lying to you, and people who protect that, and the cognitive dissonance that they have about not thinking for themselves. It's actually massive. You know what I'm saying?
They have to tell you that.
They have to tell you that but they have to tell you that to protect their own income.
It's
sanity,
very
their own ego.
duplicitous. It's very duplicitous, and they cross their fingers and hope you don't notice their duplicity.
And you want to know the best part? So all of this quote unquote scientific evidence is based on one concept. Trust me, bro.
Yes.
Trust me, bro.
Yep.
It's appeal to authority lock.
Well, no, and it's like, you're an idiot. How would you think different? Look at this idiot here. They thought it was flat, then they told you it was round. So people have been playing with this idea before. This is nothing new under the sun, but they want you to appeal to authority, because they also want you to be like, the scientist is, they want science to be like a god to you in some ways. And it kind of is to a lot of people.
But what it does is it shows the opposite. That's the thing. That's why I could no longer ascribe or adhere.
The more you measure the universe, the more you end up finding God, basically.
Yes.
That's kind of what I was saying.
Maxwell Planck said that. Maxwell Planck said, because he did what he did, he had to therefore believe in God. He's like, he couldn't go on. He couldn't go on from there.
It takes more logic to not believe.
Right.
To not believe in God than to believe in God. I might have said that the wrong way. Like, basically over time, it becomes logical to say like, I don't know. We don't know. Your professor doesn't know. A lot of people just don't know. And a lot of people maybe think they know, but like, it's more wisdom is knowing how little you actually know. Like, we don't know. All we need, like, all that could happen is tomorrow there's some new type of laser that measures shit in a new way, and everything that we thought we knew is fucked.
Right.
Those are discoveries are happening all the time. So we don't actually really know, but the only thing that you can kind of know is that we don't even have to call it God, but there's like a creator. There's some creative force.
An intelligent
that's doing
design.
Something. Yeah. And I think it's got to be so intelligent and so beyond us, it would break our brain to even like, we just can't download that type of shit. Like, we can have a vague concept of it, but it's kind of the only logical thing after a while. But that's what I was trying to say. They say Newton created the death of God, just inadvertently, because they are trying to use math to make things.
But Newton's only real issue was the Trinity, not necessarily a designer or a creator. That was Newton's biggest problem. He had an issue with the Holy Trinity. That was Newton's biggest problem. But Newton absolutely believed in some kind of intelligent design for sure.
Yeah, because it almost believes, like, after a while, after you start thinking about it, it's like that's the only thing that which is kind of a paradox. It also seems like a cop out too. You're like, well, I don't.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's where atheists come in and like, well, that's an easy cop out thing to say. It's like, Well, yeah, but like I don't know how to prove it beyond anything like that, and it's not even like faith. This is actually different than faith. This is just saying I don't actually know, but
remember that
created.
Remember that famous Einstein quote? He said something like, "God doesn't roll dice."
And he also said too, like, I can't solve this problem with the level of consciousness I'm at. I need to go to a higher level of consciousness or expand. He said something like this level of thinking. I need to go to a higher level of thinking to figure out the next thing. Something along those lines.
Right.
Basically. So like, that's what we're doing as humans and shit. That's what we're doing at this channel. Like this is exercising our mind to expand the way we think. And sometimes when you expand the way you think, you have to see that you're wrong about a couple things that you maybe thought were right at the time. But with new information, you can always be kind of more wrong. And the willingness to be wrong about something helps you grow.
Oh, I'm willing to be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. Hey, I got a big question for Math Man, if that's okay.
Sure.
Do you believe the universe is expanding or not?
Good question. Hard to gauge it.
I'm not entirely sure. Well, so
it's hard to. It's also hard to know too. Like,
well,
you know what I'm saying? Like, another thing too, as humans, we only can view like a contour of reality at max. So we actually don't know that phrase.
we need to make that phrase great again.
You only dislike it when they get in your teeth.
I'm sorry, but who asked that question? I think the question, I think you're asking the wrong question. The question, I think it really comes down to, is it expanding or not? I don't think that even really matters, right? Okay. I think it's an interesting question. I'm not discounting that.
Well, it kind of harkens back to the whole Big Bang Theory. Well, what do you think of the Big Bang Theory?
Well, the Big Bang Theory, okay. I mean, I can go on for hours about that, right? But
that show was terrible.
But look, dude, here, I think those are interesting questions.
I mean,
they almost could be like its own show, but like I guess
we're rewriting everything right now. I mean, everything is a question mark right now.
But I think it's more about why they want us to believe that rather than if it actually is or is not, right? I think that's more the question that we should be asking
what
ourselves.
What is the motive? That's an interesting one. Yeah, because they don't.
Because whether or not it is or was whether I'm sorry, Snowboard.
No, go ahead.
Those are interesting questions, and I think those are questions that should be expounded upon. But I think really what we should be asking ourselves now is, why are they asking these questions? I think it's much more nefarious than that.
I think a lot of it is nefarious as well. Like I said, it's like what I'm saying is, like, if you have to question if the earth is round or flat, and if you're criticized for asking the question about it,
right,
that's part of the problem, because it actually should be one of the most healthy things you should ask. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that shows how these narrative, we won't even call it a lie, we'll just call it a narrative, perpetuates itself.
It's kind of like
if you're a 2-year-old, if you're like, you know, let's say one of you guys has a kid, and this kid is like 7 years old and asking all types of questions, like, how does the earth round and all that? Most people aren't going to say like, well, I don't really know, or, say like, well, this is just what it is, and scientists told us this. That's kind of what you end up saying, is something like that. And if you also say like, well, I don't know, then your kid's going to be like, well, you know, there's probably a lot of shit that you don't know, but like, I'm supposed to trust that you are guiding me into what is right and wrong and what you know is wrong. You're also telling me about Santa Claus and all this like Easter Bunny bullshit too, which is its own problems. But this is part of the reason I almost didn't want to have kids, because like I don't know how to answer a lot of these questions, and if the fact that I kind of don't know a lot of it, it's like, well, who am I to really guide you through part of this in a sense?
And this, like, the scary part on that is like you are competing with a profoundly powerful machine that has openly admitted we are coming after the children. They have openly admit, and it's kind of freaking scary where, it's our biological drive to want to have kids, but also at the same time, we're looking at the massive hellscape that is planet Earth, the complete demonization of independent intellectual thought. And there's people,
and sovereignty is going out the window.
Yeah, and there's people questioning it, like, modern women don't want to have kids because they want to drink wine and watch reality.
Yeah, they're not having kids for like any philosophical point. None of this has crossed their mind for 1 minute.
But like when we question having kids, it's not because, we want to keep our peace, we want to keep our freedom. It's like, no, I think it's safe to say that the vast majority of men out there want to have children. But
I have 2 of them.
Yeah, congrats, man.
Nice.
That's awesome. No, any father that that has kids, I'm incredibly happy for them. But I take a look at this and going, do I really want to subject a child to a world that's going out of its way to take away that child's innocence?
Yeah,
that's my question on that. That's my rant.
Part of our burden of responsibility to protect them from that, because that's probably always been a factor. But like that's part of the we're supposed to be a protector, provider, and like that's part of like the stewardship, I guess.
Well, it sounds like Math Man can afford to give his kids a good college education.
Because he's laying pipe. Oh,
I see what you did
there. And who wants to lay pipe when there's no curves?
Yeah, he's taking into account those curves, whether they're an A cup, a B cup, a C cup, or a D cup.
You gotta have that slight bend to it. It's pretty awesome. Good for everybody.
God, I love this show, man.
Look, it makes it easier to hit that spot.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, secret. I know, absolutely. But I think do
you see this image right here? Like this sums up what basically what Mathman was trying to say. Like they don't know, but they want to shame you. Like you don't know. Like watch these 2 idiots how they look at you. Like how I had it.
But here's my point, Snowboard. Can I interrupt?
They got that "don't you be so sure" look on their faces.
Yeah, but we've already caught them in a lie. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the point of watching the rest of it? You have to
just like in any courtroom.
You have to assume everything else is bullshit.
Yeah.
So I can't. I would have just stopped it from there and been like, well, I don't know. Everything else from here is probably nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because he's already said we've observed the motion. Well, you can't. I mean, this is and
that can just be simply a deep fake too. Like, you know what
right.
I'm saying? That's what the whole idea of NASA. Like, I think NASA does like study shit and do stuff, but like the shit that they show you where they're like driving around the moon, that's bullshit. That's right. That's all in my opinion. I don't believe that happened.
So Neil has already said, well, we have observed in space, right? Well, motion in space is relative. So he's already lying to us there. Mm-hmm. You have
the first like sentence out of his mouth, he's lying his tits off. Yeah.
So why listen to the rest of it? Because you know it's probably a lie.
Yeah.
And never forget we lost the technology to return to the moon.
Yeah. Somehow they fucked that up, and they can do
they threw it out. They threw it out with the stale donuts.
Yeah, and they can do like a phone call to the moon and do all this bullshit. Like I think as Stanley Kubrick did, I kind of believe the Stanley Kubrick theory where they like did all the shit with the cables and filmed it underwater and stuff. Like, I really think it was like a thing where they're trying to like beat Russia by going to there. And I don't know if Russia does the same shit where they troll their citizens. I don't actually know.
So,
propaganda for sure.
Yeah.
So this
They're
is
all
something that this is
One
something
big
that's
psyop.
Yeah, this is something that's actually pretty interesting. Like,
Hey,
I have
it's
no
one
idea
big
how.
psyop and you're in it instead of like that George Carlin thing. It's one big club and you ain't in it. It's one big psyop and you're in it.
And I'm not a 33rd degree Mason either.
If you actually take, I'm not sure how true this is, but there has been footage taken from like the International Space Station's YouTube channel where you can actually see like wires.
Their shit glitch. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen a bunch of that. Yeah.
Yeah, wires like getting caught in their cargo pants.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can tell by that's why they always have like a collared shirt on and all that shit like that. And they just I've been kind of wanting to cover this for a while, but I'm actually glad Math Man came up because I actually am starting to think more of what not eclipse, but it being more of like a disc shape or something like that, what has those like humps on it. That's what makes, because that seems like you get a little bit of curvature because like you do have some of that, because I do believe that there is some, like the earth can still be flat and have some curves. It can be basically both things are true.
Yeah, it's an ellipse. Yes. So it's like I said, man, it's pretty esoteric. So it's just a mathematical calculation of the mean elevation throughout the earth. It's what it is. And it will have deviations as you're traversing across the ellipse, right? So it's like, okay, so if you're starting in North Dakota, right, and you're driving through Montana into Oregon, you're going to travel up mountains. The ellipse is going to mathematically model that ellipse, just not as drastic or severe as you would see it as you're actually physically there, if that makes sense, right? So it's going to be a much smoother slope or downgrade. That's what an ellipse is, and it's just a calculation at those particular areas. So not exact. So that's why I say, like, if you like the whole idea of an orange, right? They say, well, look at an orange, how it's like little okay, well, that's actually too perfect, really. An apple is probably a better representation because it's not quite a sphere, kind of close, kind of got some edges and a little bit more of a radius.
But wait a minute, the NASA picture already showed me it's like basically a perfect circle. You know what I'm saying? So they try to mess you like that, with you like that.
Trust the science, man. Appeal to authority. It's nonsense.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I just want to show you guys this. This is how I actually opened the show. It's a little bit of a tangent, but I want to show you something. So someone just mentioned Freemasonry. I want to, and you may actually know what this hand signal and stuff is. So just let this play, and I'm going to pause it.
Zelensky acknowledged the Trump
And
administration.
he's a small hat, by the way. So he's not you're no longer in the Ukrainian. I'm Ukrainian. He's a small hat. He's not in the real club.
Is currently focused on the war
To
with
quote
Iran.
Jesus,
But
I'm not
he
touching
also
that one with a 10-foot pole.
said it would be, quote, wrong to simply
Just watch
wait
what I'm going to show
for
you
U.S.
here.
attention to shift back to Europe. Zelensky added Ukraine proposes ending this war through direct engagement. Speaking to reporters at the White House yesterday, President Trump responded positively.
Watch this.
I'm glad that they're maybe talking.
Look at this demon troll here and just look at what they're presenting to you. They're presenting this Freemason shit. Watch this.
About meeting, I think we had a lot to do with it. I know exactly what you're doing, but
that's what they're doing. That's some Freemason shit here. None of these other people are doing anything. That's what this news thing is about. Is whatever the fuck this is.
I think it would be great.
See
if
that?
They should get it done.
Oh, it's like half in the camera.
London, is
from this little fucking demon troll guy here. But this is the first, because I stumbled across this. Look at this guy. I'm telling you, in my opinion, that's what I'm saying. So like everything that's said is meaningless So actions speak louder than words, guys. They're like, it looks to me like they're half presenting this. They're putting it in your
Talking
face
about
right
me,
here.
I think we had a lot to do with it. I know exactly what you're doing. But I think it would be great if they met. They should.
That's a hand signal on displays, guy. That guy is not just holding his fucking hands like that. In my opinion.
Joining us now from.
So that's one of the first things they opened the show for. So like those people do, like, we are manipulated a lot. Seagrip also said this is relevant to the God thing. Seagrip sent this. So let's just see. This might be from that Big Bang Theory or something.
Can I sit with you?
Terrible show.
I think Mommy needs to be alone right now.
All right. Mom, I'm scared.
Why?
You didn't go to church. You stopped saying grace. I don't understand what's going on.
It's kind of hard to explain.
Is it me? Did I do something wrong?
Of course not. Come here.
What's up, Lauren Course? Welcome, welcome.
Faith means believing in something you can't know for sure is real. And right now, I am struggling with that.
So you don't believe in God anymore?
That isn't something for you to worry about. I need to figure this out myself.
Can I help? Maybe I could provide a fresh perspective.
I don't think so, baby.
Did you know that if gravity were slightly more powerful, the universe would collapse into a ball?
I did not.
Also, if gravity were slightly less powerful, the universe would fly apart and there'd be no stars or planets.
Based on who?
Where are you going with this show?
Yeah, I think that's what Seagrip recommended this video, and that might be the point that he was trying to make about that. Is like, well, based on who?
It's just that gravity is precisely as strong as it needs to be. And if the ratio of the electromagnetic force to the strong force wasn't 1%, life wouldn't exist. What are the odds that would happen all by itself?
What are you trying to convince me to believe in God? You don't believe in God.
Actually, the odds are about 10 to 254.
Well, math man knows.
The precision of the universe at least makes it logical to conclude there's a creator.
Somebody's got to win the lottery.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you're trying.
You know who won the lottery? Epstein won the lottery. Literally. He literally has won the lottery. This just in the past. I'm not saying like no, but I'm not saying
when he
won
was
the lottery
in,
being lucky.
New
No,
Mexico.
but they like rigged some New Mexico shit where he like actually did win the lot. Like, I'm not fucking with you.
It was like 80 million.
Yeah. Because the lottery is a lot of it's done by like CIA, and they kind of like fund it and like fuck around with it. You know what I mean? I don't think they should even make lottery tickets, to be honest.
So what this
Probably fund is genetic research.
Snowboard, do you mind if I jump in here real quick?
Yeah. This is what we want to hear what you have to say.
So what this little boy is talking about, this is what is called classical mechanics, right? So it's all very, the mathematics is very straightforward. Integrals, derivatives, things like that, probability, relatively easy calculations to calculate positions of planetary objects. Heavy objects is like, so humans are considered heavy objects in classical mechanics. So to calculate humans over a distance on an ellipse or whatever those are easy calculations to do. So that's, this little boy's talk about what's called classical mechanics. Pretty straightforward calculations. So anything not considered classical mechanics now is into the quantum realm, right? So I will almost guarantee you they're not going to talk about quantum mechanics in this, because people don't like to talk about quantum mechanics.
Exactly, because like that's why I try not to get too much into it, because anything you get into like quantum overrides everything you've ever known.
Yes.
Like fucks it all up. So it's like we kind of really don't know shit.
Right.
It's like we're just like observing that we think we know shit, but then like if the observer changes it, so like once you get into something quantum, it could be like, well, the universe is, I mean, the Earth is flat for some people, but also round for some people, because that's like what the way their belief system like
that's how you
programs
observe
everything. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I wanted to point out this right here.
But there's a huge problem.
That's why I was pointing out that this little troll guy did. That's more anything that said. This guy, this little troll fucker here, I don't know who he is, but that's a Freemason symbol. So just watch how they whatever is said, he's doing it like that. But watch, they cue him to do the hand signal. See, and he's just doing this hand. They're basically focusing in on his fucking hands right now. That's some Freemason shit. So everything that is said is not important as what is being seen here. That's the signal. That's the medium is the message or something like that. So
he's missing the little pinky mafia ring.
Yeah, because his finger's too fat, a fat little bastard. So, anyways, I don't want to get. Oh, did I even show that? Did I just show? Hang on a second. I want to make sure I show. Sorry, I messed it.
I think he's just such a fat fucker. He can't put his hands together. Is all I think.
That's what I was trying to show. Is this right here? I don't know if it showed it or not.
But I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility.
I'm willing to buy anything for $1 at this point.
This whole news organization, this whole thing was to show this one thing right
exactly
here.
what you're doing, but I think it would be great if they
guys. There's no it's pretty obvious.
They should.
That he needs to lose some weight. Yeah.
Joining us now.
Yeah. Well, and this Freemason shit. That's some Freemason hand signal shit. So, anyways, I just felt it was important to bring that up a few times.
I guess I'm going to have to bust out my morals and dogma and find out if that actually is one.
Well, that's kind of why I wanted you to see that. Because you
honestly,
seem to know some of that shit. I'm telling you,
I don't think that's anything snowboard.
You don't think so? I think it is. I don't know why, but I thought it was. So maybe it's not. I think it just seems. I don't know. To me, I think that it was. But I didn't want to go down a whole rabbit hole of it. It just was an observation I made. We can go down it another time. But I want to go down, keep this mathematical, because we have mathmen here. And I'd rather talk about God and philosophy and then instead of these Freemason scum.
Here. And my problem is here.
Well, there are 5 billion people on this planet, and you're the perfect mom for me. What are the odds?
But I don't. But you broke up with my dad. She's probably a single mom.
I was thinking the same thing.
And mommy, I saw you dicking down the gardener in the basement.
Yeah, you're my favorite son husband.
This little boy.
I knew I could fix it.
Yeah, that guy was a little bridge troll.
Maybe
Lauren.
it was you and the Lord.
I don't like sharing credit, but I knew in that moment it wasn't the appropriate.
So that's another thing too. Lord and everything might just be in fact, a bridge troll that has just taken you away from like the creator. You know what I'm saying? It could be some type of underling thing like that. Like Mathman, you said Newton didn't like the Holy Trinity model. It's probably because it's something similar to that. It's like it's gatekeeping or like a moat between you and just like, this is why I like more the Native American type view to God, because you don't need a book. You don't need anything to tell you. You just start to figure that shit out on your own. You just like go out in the woods or go out on a kayak or something and just sit there for a while. And you start to realize like, wait a minute, like something had to create this.
Well,
and I don't need a book to tell me that. Like, something made it, and like that's kind of all you need, pretty much, in my opinion.
Well, and I really believe that this is why they push the math is racist thing, because the more, the higher levels of mathematics, it forces you, whether you like it or not, to think creatively, right? And it forces you to expand your horizons and to think about things in a different way. And the powers that be, they can't have that.
Yeah.
They cannot have.
They need you in a box to control that box. They can't think out. That's the whole thing of saying think outside the box, because if you're thinking in the box, you're boxed in, essentially.
Hey, I got another big question for Math Man. So in the Milky Way galaxy, how many Earth-like planets do you think we have? If any, other than us?
Man, those are things I think about a lot. I think that
you can just feel free to give your opinion. We're not like saying that you're the authority on it. So it's okay to give a couple opinions on it.
Here's how you have to think about. You have to think about it, in my opinion, right? Like you all think about things the way you want to, right? So I've thought about this. So
I should have taken way more magic mushrooms today.
If you want to adhere to what the authorities tell you, that the system that we live in is as they say it is, just the balance of probability implies that there are going to be planets, in what would be called the Goldilocks system, right? So, I mean, there's going to be those, okay? If that's the system, but I don't think it's, I think that you could think about it as there are different systems to what we have here, right? So even Descartes, in the 1200s struggled with this. What are we? Do we even exist? So if you believe what they tell you, the they thems, or whoever they may be, that what you learned in 8th grade physics is the way that it is, for sure. There are other planets that exist that are like ours, that exist in some kind of Goldilocks system, but I don't know.
Goldilocks zone, yeah.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case, though. I don't know. I mean,
but here's the thing: is nobody knows.
Well, I think Descartes Descartes, in my opinion, was the only one that had the best reasonable explanation of what we have here. So I don't, and it literally just comes down to, I think, therefore that I am. So I'm thinking that I'm here, so therefore I must exist. So
yeah.
Okay, so if I exist, do I believe in their system? I don't know if I believe in their system, and I've studied this, and they don't even believe in their system. This is why I'm here to tell you guys. They don't even know. They don't know.
And it wasn't that long ago that Copernicus was almost burnt at the stake for having a heliocentric solar system.
Right, but that can't even be proven. You can't even prove that.
Oh, wow.
Because what I said, that motion in space is relative, so you can't even prove that that's even the case. Even Einstein had to admit that there are two different coordinate systems. It's either we are revolving around the sun or everything is revolving around us. Yeah. Nobody knows. That's what I'm trying to say. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But here's the problem.
I'm surprised to hear you say that. Wow. Okay.
This is someone, and by the way, Math Man is respected in his field. He has his own business, working in an adjacent, we won't really say what he does, but he has to put his money where his mouth is. He's not talking about flat Earth for his money, but he has to calculate things. You're a business owner, and these oil companies don't fuck around.
Yeah.
They don't fuck around with anything.
No, I respect anybody who lays pipe professionally.
Yeah.
And not
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Frack that pussy balls deep.
Well, and I do get kind of passionate about this, so I'm sorry if I'm getting a slightly bit hyperbolic here, but I think ultimately what I want to tell everybody is like, look, I've been in these classes, advanced levels of math and physics. They don't even know. The really kind of the weird thing about all of this is, for some reason, the mathematics works, right? That's the part where everybody they're like, I don't know. Okay, we don't really know how it works.
In a Euclidean universe, it does, yeah.
But even in the quantum level, you have mathematics that works very well at the quantum level, right? But you can't take the mathematics that works at the quantum level, and that mathematics doesn't work at the classical level, and vice versa. So now we have two separate mathematical principles that we have to use for one aspect of our physical reality that doesn't translate into another physical aspect of our reality.
Yeah.
But if we take these mathematical principles that work at the quantum level, these mathematical principles at this quantum level, they're responsible for our computers, our cell phones, satellite geometry,
GPS
and things
and
like
stuff.
that. Yeah. So this is why they're like, and they've been struggling with this for 120 years.
And just
no
one talks about it. No one knows.
Nobody
no one's
wants
thinking
to
this
talk
deep about it.
Because ultimately what comes down to it, and here's my belief is, and this is what led me to, like, there's a creator, there's a designer. This is all by design. Mm-hmm. Now, I could be proven 100 years wrong from this, and so be it, whatever. I don't care. I don't really have a dog in the fight, but people have a dog in this fight.
Yeah.
And so you have principles that work at one level, principles that work at another that don't jive well. So what is the solution? Why do they work like that? Well, what is the obvious answer to that? By design? I guess that's ultimately what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but like I was trying to say earlier, if you went up to some native tribe or something like that, somebody who's like not basically been programmed with any modern day society, the only number they know is 1, and they're going to say, well, that's the only number I need to know, because it's all coming from 1.
Sure.
It's expressions of it's everything is an expression of the 1. And they kind of have a point.
I bet you when there's no food, they
kind of have a point, you know?
0, though.
What's that?
I bet you when there's no food, they understand the concept of 0 too, though.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It's a great point.
That was actually an Aramaic thing, the concept of 0.
Yeah, wasn't it made like in India or something?
Pretty sure it was Persia. I'm pretty sure the Persians did that, but I could be wrong.
Persia, yeah.
The people we're bombing right now.
Yeah. Which is bad. I was trying to show. I found this really cool thing. Maybe that's why they took my Discord down. But it was like it's almost 3:04 right now. I'll pause it when it's 3:04 in the live stream. But there was this really interesting thing where they were showing like where the U.S. Embassy used to be in Iran. They made this really cool piece of art, and it was like showing like how like we've like fucked over Native Americans and Black people and just a couple other like in 9/11 and a few other things. And then it ends like at the Epstein Temple. It was like a really cool. It was like a quarter-mile long like strip of art. Let me see if I can find it actually.
Oh, is that when they burned the big ball Moloch?
No, that was months. That was a couple months ago. This was different.
Okay.
This was a different piece of art, but that was dope when they did that. That was awesome actually.
Yeah, I can't believe I caught that on the news. I was like, what? They're showing that?
And they're like, we're gonna bomb the shit out of that. And think of this way too. I want you to think of this. So they're burning that ball thing, and what are we doing here? Making a ball room.
Oh, the White House thing.
Why do you think they're calling it the ballroom? We like. There's even argument is saying like buy ball, Bible, buy ball.
I've heard from sources that underneath the ballroom is going to be a huge AI data center hub.
Well, there's going to be tunnels and stuff under there because like a bunch. They've already said there's going to be tunnels and shit under there. Let me see if I can find the Iranian flag embassy thing. It's not a flag. It's like a giant 1/4 mile long, like it's like a flag, but it's like a story. It's actually was pretty dope. There, it's probably like next to impossible to find it.
Persia is one of the oldest civilizations on this planet.
Yeah, and they don't fuck with anybody.
No, they keep to themselves.
Art of America.
So, Math Man, all this study you've done, really what really amounts to is you've just been kind of studying orthodoxy. You're really not 100% sure if it's true or relevant to anything other than the textbooks that you buy.
Ooh, I think I found it.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I just, I'm really glad to have you here, but essentially what I'm getting from you is all those classes you studied, basically you're just kind of regurgitating orthodoxy on a lot of levels.
Right, like Christian orthodoxy?
Well, mathematical.
Or mathematical orthodoxy or professor orthodoxy.
Basically what I'm
and we're not belittling your work.
No, we're not. I'm not belittling. Oh, I mean, I think it's amazing, but whether it's you keep.
And at least you have the balls to say something about it too.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, like the humility to say something about it. Other people are like, you just don't understand it because you're retarded. You don't understand it. Like, you know what I'm like? That's their only defense that they can have.
Or it's I got to gather my thoughts here, so please give me a minute. I think ultimately what I'm trying to say is that there is a reason that the theys out there say things, right? And you just can't take what they have to say for truth, right? Because it's an appeal to authority. Right.
Okay.
We all have the ability to think for ourselves, right? So I think some of us have a greater ability to ruminate on certain things, and just math and physics and that kind of thing is just something that I'm, I guess, good at. But
I think I found what I was talking about.
They don't.
There's actually some pretty dope art. So finish what you're saying, Math Man. But this was actually sick. This is actually pretty cool. If I found the right thing.
Ultimately, what I want to say is because they say that this is what it is. Don't. If there's anything here's my recommendation. There is, and you can kind of get some basic concepts of this off of like Google, but it's discrete mathematics tautology, right? Just look over, do some research and do some study on tautology, because that ultimately will help you in more ways than you would understand. It's basically logic and understanding the principles of forming an argument and making a statement, because if you understand that, then it helps you determine whether or not someone's actually full of shit or not, is what I'm saying.
Right. Kind of like philosophy. You're making a proposition.
Sure. Yeah. It is philosophical based, but it's certainly definitely mathematical. There's proofs and things like that. It's definitely a branch of philosophy. Just logic in general. But it was certainly the most helpful branch of mathematics, because the rest of mathematics and physics is just, grinding out proofs and proving something or disproving something. But tautology and discrete mathematics really, it forces you to listen to an argument and, find out where someone is actually giving you a false statement. And if they give you a false statement, then you can basically just disregard it. And that's where I said about that, this is a common thing that they do, like Neil deGrasse, right? I mean, but there's other things you have to know, right? I already knew that he was going to lead us into a realm of nonsense simply by the fact that he said that, well, we can observe from space that the Earth is rotating. Well, you can't do that because motion in space is relative, right? So when I say motion in space is relative, is because it's relative to where you are, meaning that, are you rotating or is the Earth rotating? Well, there's no way to know that. But he's made the statement that says, oh, I'm observing that it's rotating. Yeah, but you can't mathematically prove that, right?
In space, it's not point line plane.
Right. So he's saying, because they're preying upon ignorance, right? They're preying upon the appeal to authority. Well, I'm Neil deGrasse and I got a PhD in,
and I'm on TV.
And I'm saying I'm
black and I wear Hawaiian shirts, so like I'm cool.
But it's more than just him. It's the Bill Nye guy. It's everybody.
What's the scaffolding beneath them? That's the propaganda that's picked them to be like the mouthpiece for it,
right?
The anointed one, if you will, to say all this. It's not some guy who's actually like Math Man or someone like that. It's just some like shill.
And
like I'm sure Neil deGrasse Tyson did some like kind of like gay shit to get all that funding and like TV shit. And same with Bill Nye. Bill Nye took it in the eye or something like that to like get his fucking his Discovery.
He wears those horrible Kipper ties.
And if I could say one thing, under no circumstances should you ever have a conversation like this with somebody that has Tylenol brain.
Well, they can't.
Ever.
They can't. I did a whole show on Tylenol brain.
I know that's why I said that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But the Tylenol brain thing is real. They can't even think of in terms of this, like in terms of any of this. This like it won't compute at all. It won't even. It just can't happen. That's why all the stuff does flourish, is because people do have Tylenol brain.
Right.
Like, yeah, that's what my teacher told me. That's it. I like football. And then they're like cooked. They won't think. They won't even think. So like I thought a little bit more today about Tylenol brain. Part of Tylenol brain is a choice, a little bit. They're choosing to have Tylenol brain because it makes life easier for them to just kind of be mildly retarded. And I am not calling, like, people who are retarded, I actually respect a little bit more than Tylenol brain people, because they're born with something wrong. Tylenol brain people have allowed themselves to become that way, but they kind of choose to become that way. They need to switch off that 30% that would make them kind of even be able to think outside the box or spot bullshit and call it out. That doesn't work for them. That can't work. They're not fast enough. They're not right. They don't have a bullshit detector. They don't have intuition. That's another thing about Tylenol brain. They don't have intuition.
Can I say one other thing too? Is
sure.
This I'm sorry, and I don't mean to take up the entire conversation on this, but this is what blew my mind the most too, right? Because when I was at university, like, so I did because I didn't want to study anything other than math, physics, and engineering. That was just what I wanted to do. So I did all of that stuff at the beginning, and then I had to go back and get like the handful of the credits that I needed to get my degree. Yeah,
they needed you to have. Yeah,
and I would get into these classes, right? Philosophy classes, and they would start saying nonsense, right? And I would be like, you can't say that. And here are the reasons why. And then they would like kick me out of the class. Right. And then I would just get an A for the class. Like I just did. Yeah.
Wow.
Like, yeah,
I like
you can't come back.
Well, because this is why Math Man is doing the opposite of what Tylenol Brain does. When I said Tylenol Brain the other day, you have to lower your thinking level to deal with them. You have like all the you know how I said like a rising tide lifts all ships? With Tylenol Brain, you have to lower to their level. What Math Man was trying to do is saying, no, you got to come to the higher level, and here's why.
Yep.
So they're like, no, we can't really be doing that here. So even probably the professor was a little intimidated and shit.
Yes.
It's like we can't have this level of stimulation here.
No.
So we got to get, you know.
And they would
luckily they gave you A, so at least they did that instead of fuck.
Well, because the reasons for that was because I had my because I was recruited to go to doctorate classes at University of Texas, right?
They probably saw your transcript.
Yeah, and they're like, and so my advisors would go to these. They're like, okay, just he gets an A, and we're done with this one, right? And I just wouldn't have to go back.
Which is a shame because they're supposed to be like welcoming the challenging of ideas.
Yeah, they didn't want nothing.
The colleges to challenge ideas and shit like that. That's like half the point of it.
I'm an American, right? And I'm in these advanced physics and math classes, but the government wants those people so bad, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't, like, they want the native born Americans to go into the government. And they knew this, right? So they're not going to fail me because it looks good for the university. But I'm just one of those guys that's like, you can't be in here spouting this nonsense, and here are the reasons why. And then I'd be in there for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and they were like, okay, you have an A for the class and you don't have to go back. And which was fine with it. At the time, I didn't really care. I'm like, well, I don't want to go to it anyways because it's nonsense. And I would just get my credits for that.
Yeah.
And they're like, he doesn't need to go to that.
Well, they don't want you in there challenging the status.
No, they don't. Absolutely not.
Yeah. I got basically kicked out of school because I was doing the same type of thing. Like I was kind of being a troll too, but I was asking a lot of like just questions about stuff, and they're like, Joe, like, why you keep asking all these questions? Like, because it's like certain people, we have a certain virtue of integrity and a certain value system. Well, we don't want to be dealing with lies. Why do you think I'm here trying to show you? I think this is a Freemason sign and shit, because I think I'm being lied to, or maybe like not being lied to, but I want to deal in truth, basically. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
now if I would have been like a first year student, they would have just gotten rid of me. But I had spent already 85% of my time doing my science classes because I didn't want to do those classes, and I just put them off, right? So
what
I'd already
classes did you not want to, like what were some of the ones that they made you do, or that you had
like philosophy 101, right? Like just stuff like that, or philosophy 300, where I was already in, I had already gone through like 4 or 5
some of the
levels.
Philosophy classes are like, they view it as an easy class to just pass, as you can just talk about bullshit.
It is, yeah.
Like a lot of people, like I remember one of the last like Discord things that I was on, a philosophy channel, and I was talking about philosophy, and they kicked me off of it right away, banned me actually, like right away. And I was like, well, guys, and I was pissed because I was like, well, we're supposed to, debate ideas. Like, isn't it like Socrates who said, like, oftentimes truth is found through debate? Like that's part of what the whole discourse of college and philosophy and like, that's like what we're doing right now. I mean, we're mostly kind of agreeing on a lot of things, but if we did disagree with something, like, like how my neighbor was saying, Beware the Locust, he was saying, well, how do you build a train tracks on a ball? And it's like, well, we found that maybe there's these, it's disc shaped and there's like humps on it. So like they're actually both can be true. I mean, like, so he's right, and Mathman is also can be right. They can actually both exist together. You know what I'm saying? And be sad and be not, and it's not about making them happy, but they both can find a conclusion together that I guess satisfies their perception. It's not really what they're believing, it's what they're perceiving. What you perceive then starts to form your beliefs. With these other people, what they believe they believe what they're told is what they believe. So that's what they perceive, because they kind of like, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like they're told the earth is a globe and it looks a certain way. So that's exactly what they believe. They don't think, if you start questioning it and thinking outside of it, that's where it starts to change what you're going to perceive, because you're looking at it a different way.
And they don't want that. And I should clarify that would have been in my undergraduate studies. Once you get into your graduate studies, it's just all, you know, the field that you're in. So I should clarify that. But
yeah, you showed up. You deserve the A.
yeah, well, that's kind of how I mean, it was kind of like
home economics in high school.
Yeah,
you showed up, you get an A.
But they didn't want me in there questioning them.
Yeah, they definitely don't like that. That stresses out the teacher.
But it's
the teacher might have to actually grow in what he knows. That's what I'm saying. This pisses me off about tenure for these fucking professors. I don't know, other industry really gives you tenure. Well, maybe doctors or something like that, but Mathman doesn't get a tenure at his company. There's no such thing. I don't get a tenure at my companies that I'm doing. There's no such thing as it. So tenure is bullshit. They should have to compete, and they should have to be a master at their craft so that the tenure is inherent in being the master at your craft. These other professors, they get too comfortable in their bullshit all the time.
But it was such a weird thing, Snowboard, because, you know, you get up into these upper level physics and math classes, right? It's all about presenting an argument. Like you're going to go through calculus and differential equations and probability theory and things like that. And then you get up into these, you know, 500-600 level classes. It's just about presenting an argument is what it is, right? So your professor's like, this is the way it is. And you're like, well, no, this is okay. Well, present your argument then. That is in that side of it, right? Like it is all about debate and rigorous debate. But then you go over to this other side, the cupcake side, I guess you could say, and it's just sit there and on the authority. And, you know, it was hard for me to transition from, I'm like, well, in my other classes, you know, I'm supposed to say, no, you're full of shit and here are the reasons why. And then the professor would come back, no, you're full of shit and here are the reasons why.
Yeah.
And that's how it is.
Yeah. And that's why you have your own company too.
Right.
I'm the same way. Like, no, but there's certain people who have like sort of a questioning mindset where ultimately they kind of have to become an entrepreneur, because they're like, well, why am I going to work at a company when they're going to knowingly make me do something retarded or a wrong way, that's wasting my time and theirs? And you say like, well, I'm actually wasting kind of my life.
Right.
To a degree. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wasted 18 years of my life working for corporate America. So yeah, I understand that completely.
Yeah, like so there's certain people who are like allergic to that. I'm like one of those people too.
Yeah, I'm totally.
The money was good.
Yeah. Well, they have to pay you like certain people can, everybody has a price to be paid enough to not want to do that. But unless you're making like crazy money, a lot of people, even just maybe on principle, some people like Mathman might like be that way. It's just like, well, if they're going to make me do something that's like actually like retarded Tylenol brain work, that's like wasting my time, the company's time, and everyone's time and energy, I'm kind of like wasting kind of my own life a little bit. And it's just like, it's actually like demeaning to yourself in a sense. But other
it's
people,
demoralizing.
That's where, if you have Tylenol brain, that doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Tylenol brain helps in that situation, because you're like, I don't give a shit. They're like,
like I actually had a friend who I stopped being friends with because first off, well, he was just like a janitor at like a school, which is fine. But I feel like he didn't like push himself at all. But whatever. So I remember one summer they like made him paint like this part of the school or something like that. And it might have even been during COVID or something like that. But then they like made him paint it again. He was like, I'll paint it again. I don't give a shit. They're giving me a job to do. He was like, dude, this is like, what are you doing, man? They're making you paint something you just painted for no reason to just like make you pretend to be like doing work. And like, is this going to be like your life's work that you fucking repainted a wall? Like, but he didn't care. Some people just don't care like that. So that's why I was like, I can't hang around with this person because like, it's not about trying to reach mastery or something, but it's just like, come on, man. You can do a little bit better than this dude.
Yeah, but
hey, maybe they wanted 2 coats.
but there's also Snowboard. I get where you're coming from, but just a little pushback here is that, you know, maybe that's just what he was meant to do. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he doesn't have.
With him, he was happy. He was fine.
Yeah.
And like, you know, that's more my hang up. He didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I didn't need to explain it to him. He was still going to keep doing that. As far as he was concerned, it was actually a good job and he could get lit at work. And like, you know, like he was fine with it. I just, that's more my own take, but I decided I don't want to surround myself with somebody like this. Cause I just felt like they kind of stayed at one level of life. He was basically trying to like work for me on the side doing some tree work and stuff. And I was like, dude, you don't take shit seriously. You don't show up on time. Like anytime I ask you to do something, you're always like 15 minutes late. And it's not because you're not on time. It's because you're like have this small town mindset and you're like talking to people for 20 minutes and all this shit like that. It's like,
I got
dude, we're here to fucking do like, this is my time. And we're here. Like, I'm paying you to do this. And like, and we're also doing something fucking serious here. Like you can get hurt bad doing this. We can't fuck around here at all.
No, just like in space, all motion is relative.
Yeah. But no, Mathman has a point. There are some people who are just, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying I'm better than
you
him
have to
or
have
anything.
that.
Yeah,
you have to, because we can't all be you, Snowboard, C Grip, Matt H, and quite frankly, everybody else.
We're the black sheep. We're the outliners. Right. Like we're seeming cool now, but like we're the outsiders a lot of the time and kind of the outcasts of society and actually kind of ridiculed a lot. I've been ridiculed and stuff a lot in my life because I don't necessarily follow the rules and I'm kind of a little crazy because I like, you know, I look at things like 9/11 and I was like, guys, like I also view 9/11 as sort of a litmus test.
Yep.
If someone hasn't gone through and like looked at 9/11 a little bit and they don't find any of it to be bullshit, and you're
like the passport they found in the rubble.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That just fell. Yeah. So that's the only thing the jet fuel didn't burn was the passports that they just found, like 7 of them perfectly fine. They found there's so many, and that's just like one of like 7 of hundreds of things. I've been wanting to maybe do some deep, because I know a lot about.
Yeah, let's do a 9/11. That'd be great.
That was the only thing I needed. I'm like,
that's just one thing. Let alone I don't know, Building 7. Let alone you know how the Pentagon had a missile go into it, but they say it's a plane that just disintegrated. Oh, you know the filing cabinet that had all the paperwork in it for like billions of dollars that we fucked up. The plane happened to just hit just right there perfectly. Yeah. The most secured building on the planet, the Pentagon, had no footage of anything hitting. Get the fuck out! Like, there's 99 things, and I sometimes ask this to people, and the way I forget how I phrased it, because we have to give people some good faith and say like, have you? Because I believe 9/11 was one of the most important events. It'll be like one of the most important events in our lifetime.
It's an inflection point, is what it is.
It is.
Everything turned to shit after 9/11.
Yeah,
I'm old enough to know.
Yeah, well, and it's still all the shit is still like playing out and affecting us now and shit like that. Like, but so not everybody was born before. Like, I was also like freaking like 12 or 13 when 9/11 happened, so I didn't put all these pieces together. I was 21
on the USS. I was 21 on the flight deck of the USS LaSalle when that happened.
Wow. So, but the way I need to pitch it to people is like, so being that 9/11 is one of the most important events in our lifetime, and the quote, the crime of the century, and there's literally, I can show you something actually right now, which has to do, we might end up going down a 9/11 rabbit hole a little bit here.
Kind of a so-so trap record.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to show, Liberty. That's exactly. I don't know. Have I shown this on the show before?
No, that was serendipity.
Oh my God. But anyways, what I wanted to say is with 9/11, you have to say, like, do you believe everything in 9/11? So you need to say to someone, hey, if you had 45 minutes of your time, do you think if you looked into 9/11, you would believe everything in the official story? And you just say, just look into it on your own for like a half hour. You know, if it's one of the most important events in our history, I think it deserves out of respect for the people who died, even look into it for 30 minutes.
No, the day it happened, I was like,
believe everything that they say. Then I don't respect you as much as somebody else. I don't I kind of lose a little bit of respect for them, to be honest with you.
This is where tautology, discrete mathematics would come into play, right? So this is where my brain thinks, right?
So what does can you define what tautology?
Okay, so tautology, discrete mathematics, they're logical arguments. They're if this, then that, and this. They're statements, right? You have just statements, right? For example, right? So the sky is blue, the grass is green, and we use unicorn farts to run our engines in our cars, right? So you know for a fact that one of those statements is false, right?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, that you have to assume that everything else that I've said before that was a fallacy or a logical fallacy. That's because I've said this and
because the chain of events, the chain of logic, I guess.
Right. So they like, oh, we found a one of the bombers' passports in the rubble.
Yeah.
Well, you know that's nonsense, right? Like how is that? Like, okay, that's just not possible, right? Okay, okay. So if you know that is a logical fallacy, you have to assume everything else that from whatever they're going to say is nonsense. So you have to therefore believe that whatever they have said is false. So you can't believe anything about that particular event, right?
Yeah. What drives me crazy about 9/11 is I'm the generation that grew up where they would show controlled demolitions on the evening news as entertainment. And I mean, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, that's a controlled demolition. I've seen 50 of them during my childhood on television. I mean, who are we kidding here?
Yeah. And Yorgi, 2 + 2 actually equals whore. Oh, I was trying to type it, but YouTube won't. Yeah, I was gonna say equals 304. Yeah, but 2 + 2 equals whore. YouTube won't let me type it for some reason. It's like, well, I mean, what I'm saying, it wouldn't let me type that out.
So you got a cinder block, right? And you pour a bunch of jet fuel all over it, and then light it on fire. Is that cinder block gonna blow up? Come on.
It's garbage. It's like
absolute nonsense.
It's like there's so many things, but that's what I'm saying. That's why it's one of the most important events of our lifetime, because it's showing the level of the psyop and shit that you're just willing to just like, because I always thought this, because my dad is like more like mechanical design, but he's like kind of an engineer, and he just doesn't believe. He's like, oh, we just believe the official story. He's like, Dad, you think the jet fuel melted it like this? Like, it clearly blew up. Like, and how the fuck did Building 7 just have shit happen to it?
There's a lot of people,
And I talk about Larry Silverstein a lot, because Larry Silverstein,
he cashed out.
And he cashed out, but he owns a couple other bank complexes, and I was going to say something might happen to one of those. He owns like a big bank complex, because I was actually like doing I think I was covering him on the show once, like his new website, Silverstein Properties. Let me go check it out. Because he is one of the biggest rats of all time. He looks like a fucking sniveling rat too. I hate Larry Silverstein.
No, I think New York City OSHA was gonna have to shut the Twin Towers down because
of the asbestos. Yeah, yeah.
And to do asbestos abatement in that building would have costed billions.
It would have cost more than the building was worth.
So they just blew the fucker up.
Yeah.
And then collect the insurance.
Larry Silverstein says, pull it. He's like,
that's the small hat genius right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And not only that, like, that's what people don't understand. 9/11 is like a linchpin of so many things. And what do we do for 9/11? We go kill Muslims all over the world in the favor of small hats.
Right. So now take 9/11, right? Okay. So this is
we'll do a show on 9/11, because I know a ton about it, and actually a lot of numerology and other weird shit that people may have not seen before about 9/11 beyond like the regular facts. A lot of other kind of like esoteric stuff about, like, for example, like Manhattan,
like Jewish New Year.
I don't know what that is.
No, I don't either.
9/11 is the Jewish New Year.
Oh.
Well, and speaking of which, when we bombed Iran recently on their Muslim calendar, we did that on 9/11. A few months ago when we did some major bombing and killed all those kids, that was on the Muslim New Year, 9/11.
No, the Masons are really into numerology and gematria.
Yeah, exactly. I've done a little bit into that. I don't know enough to it, but
those things are just extra bullshit. Like the other logical parts are like jet fuel didn't fucking do that.
Yeah, but what
like that, you know what I mean? You don't need to even go down that deep. But if you can't, like, then you start seeing a Supertramp CD and shit like that, and you're like, there's so much pre-programming for it that it's really insane. It's one of the most important events, and it's still shaping what's happening today.
Right, but you're 100% right. But this is an exercise in tautology, right? So, regardless of what you think of 9/11, let's just say that that it's not what they claim it to be.
Mm-hmm.
You therefore have to assume everything else they say. And when I say everything else, I mean everything else that they say is false. You have to assume
that. Yeah. This is what the real red pill is, kind of, because you kind of have to become like schizophrenic. This is what, when I talk about gnosis and stuff like that, you kind of almost have to become schizophrenic, or like not schizophrenic, but
like a nihilist, maybe.
Everything so much. It's like an allergic reaction that you almost can't trust anything, because you end up being kind of right that you can't. Like,
the way I look at it, Snowboard, is you have to compartmentalize things.
Yes.
Hmm.
You have to kind of compartmentalize your thought process based on your environment. Like, I would never talk like this at work. Never.
Oh, hell no. Yeah.
Matt, maybe that's the problem. And I'm not like.
Oh, it is the problem, because that is part of the problem.
Speaking your mind at work and going against the grain, I lost my job. I won't do it again.
And I'm not like, I mean, no disrespect, and I get it. I'm not, you know what I'm saying, man? I feel for you because you probably feel like an island all by yourself with nobody out there to talk to.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Yeah. But like
At least I'm honest.
And I respect people that have the integrity to say that. Like it's actually a badge of honor that you lost your job over something like that. That's good in a way, because that's showing that you have virtue for what you think is true. But you start to realize that you can't. It's a very difficult thing because there's several things. When you talk about 9/11, there's the Tylenol brain reaction where you could show them like irrefutable evidence, like 9 things, and just nothing will it just say like, I don't know. They will never change the paradigm of how they think because it will fuck up everything. That's part of what I talk about, this gnosis stuff. You have to see, you got to kind of look at the monsters under the bed a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's uncomfortable, but that's part of taking mental responsibility.
In order to see these things, you have to have eyes to see them in the first place.
Yeah. But like, you know what I'm saying? In order to like try to solve the equation, you have to know all the moving parts of it. You know what I mean? And that means that you have to look at some things that are very difficult that like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, for example, some people who are in the military and they say like, oh, like, you know, I went to war for 9/11 and stuff like that. Okay. But then you kind of were like just fucking around for Halliburton and Dick Cheney over there for like another 10 years after that. Once someone understands that, it breaks their brain because it's difficult.
Yeah.
You have to go through that breakdown process. That's part of like, I don't know if I want to call it like enlightenment or something, but that's part of, that's what I call part of that gnosis.
My worldview changed immensely after I did my 4-year stint in the Army. I mean, that changed everything for me. I went down to Panama and saw what really went down, and it changed my life.
Yeah. And like, you know, that's what part of Iran talks about us. Like we like in a lot of cases, like we are also terrorists along the world, trying to make everybody do what we want, make a fucking Burger King and Pizza Hut and give them the poison there. And like, we tell them you have to live like how we do and shit like that. Like we also do a lot of bad shit too. And
dude,
like, that's what Iran is trying to say. They're like, we're not doing that.
But we're spreading democracy.
Yeah.
Democracy is like the most sacred thing in the planet. The only thing more sacred than democracy is the freaking science.
Yeah. And
Stop
McDonald's.
being a racism.
Yeah, and like McDonald's and shit.
Don't get me fired up on the science, man.
Yeah. But like, so like we will do because I've been wanting to do a NASA one, and I'm glad that Bathman kind of changed the way, because I did lean more towards the flat Earth, but I didn't want to make the show about debating whether it's flat or not, because that kind of you get lost in that. Like, I want, if people can think about it what they want, like I'm more interested in like the lies, the scaffolding that holds it up. That's kind of what's a little bit more fascinating to me. And just NASA in general sucks. They're evil to begin with. They're evil people making killing machines and stuff like that's. Those are the scientists and shit that like.
Their
by
logo
the way, they're
is
smart.
the snake's tongue, dude.
What's that?
Their
yeah, it's a
logo
snake's
is-
tongue. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Directed energy.
There's a guy. So let me show you his channel. There's a guy. They Live Truth, and this guy is really good with some numerology, symbolism, and shit. I actually might send him that symbol that I just showed you that I thought was something.
Yeah, maybe a proper what is it? I got a brain fart finally.
Oh, wait a minute. They'll have let's just let this guy let me show you this a little bit. This guy, They Live Truth, does a really good job with a lot of stuff like this, but he's actually making fun of this Artemis 2 Neil deGrasse Tyson shit.
I mean, on Artemis 2,
I couldn't even watch that
so-called
garbage.
mission back to the moon, This is something I saw with Neil deGrasse Tyson and his co-host Chuck Nice on Star Talk. And with all the lies, as usual, they also give us a nugget of truth. And that gets into the...
Again, this guy's channel, They Live Truth, does a fantastic job about... he's very good with that gematria and numerology and shit like it. But he'll make it make sense, too. Like, he'll like, prove it in a... It's not like just his opinion, really.
Video itself...
I love the name They Live. That's a great movie.
Was from April 2nd, for those that have not seen it.
His other name, I think he got taken down. It's like Russian Vids or something like that. I don't know if he's Russian or not.
And here you see Chuck Nice and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and there's always Easter eggs in plain sight. And before playing this video clip...
Look at this eyes wide shut mask bullshit right here.
The complete mockery of the so-called moon missions between 1969 and 1972. Take a look here. You see the half crescent moon mask. And again, these are occultists. We'll get more of that. But let's first off play this video clip and the complete mockery.
NASA. All right. NASA's going back to the moon. Yes. Let's back up a little. All right. Okay. The first and only other time we went to the moon was the Apollo program. Correct. As you know, we went to the moon 9 times.
So we faked it 9 times.
And you hear this so-called joke by Chuck Nice about faking the moon missions 9 times. Again, the number 9, which is very important. But first off, as I've shown in previous videos on Artemis 2, again, the occultic side here, of course, taking place on April Fool's Day. It's a big joke.
Yeah, I forgot. They did it on April Fool's Day. Come on.
But this is an appeal to authority, right? This is what they're saying. They're mocking you if you just don't. They're mocking you for not believing, just laughing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's like a humiliation ritual to you.
That's right. I'm an authority on things, but I'm not mocking you if you don't believe. All I'm saying is like, look into it for yourself, right?
Yeah.
With a little bit of Duper's Delight mixed in for added spiciness, you know.
Yeah, so this guy has, and I'm sure you can download this for free, one of these numerology calculators, but he will take the words and he'll show it to you. But 33, as you know, Liberty is the number that Freemasons love. It's a very coded number. So they also 33 is the year that Christ died and stuff. Right? Well, it's also why it's kind of like Freemason based too. Like that's why they made it so like water freezes at 30, like so it melts at 30. It changes forms from frozen, so 32 degrees. Once it goes to 33 degrees, it changed. It's shit like that. Christ.
It's also a number that appears just naturally in the environment everywhere too.
Navigation, especially.
Yeah, just slopes.
Oh, really?
Slopes of it's just one of those. You know, it's one of those numbers that just appears like the golden ratio, like 1.6, is just one of those numbers that just appears everywhere. It's
very functional.
Yeah.
Good to know.
It's you know, it's a sacred number, right? Like, okay, so yeah.
Okay, cool. That's well. They also are saying like, not maybe related to this, but like Christ died at 33. There's 33 vertebrae in the spine.
Right.
Other things like that. They find like these are significant in other ways.
And lest we forget, the Schoolhouse Rock song 3 is the magic number.
Right.
Yeah, it was covered by Blind Melon. It's actually a pretty catchy tune.
I grew up with that stuff.
I miss those days. They were so freaking innocent.
Yeah. Scooby-Doo and Bugs Bunny and Schoolhouse Rock.
I know, right?
Also 33 numerology.
Be right back.
And also, as I pointed out in a previous video on Artemis 2, you had the very first so-called image of the ball Earth. It took place April 1st, April Fool's Day, 1960. Again, the occultic side, this is going to be a little bit different video from my past ones. I already covered the launch. I covered every aspect of the fake mission itself. But the occultic side is what I want to get into in this video presentation with Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's many things happening, many things going on with this individual in this photo itself. First off, obviously the orange in the background, and orange being the only color numerology that is 33. And they have Neil deGrasse Tyson, obviously, with deGrasse in the middle. There's a reason it's not just Neil Tyson, because deGrasse's middle name is 33 as well. And the first name, Neil, like someone's kneeling, like in a Masonic lodge, as you see here. And these are Masonic rituals taking place with the kneeling. And something I've not seen presented by anybody.
Also, I got up for a second, but taking a knee, that's kind of like simping when you go to be married. You're already lowering yourself before the woman.
Else, in truth, when it comes to the name, when you flip it around, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and the very first thing I spotted was the 322. Of course, this all has to do with Freemasonry and the Skull and Bones Secret Society at Yale University. And of course, as many know, with the name itself, you see the 3 and the 3 for 33. And that gets into the whole topic, which I covered many times in the past. The Law of Reversal by Aleister Crowley goes back.
Yeah, so this is powerful too. How many times do we talk about things being inverted? Like not with letters and numbers per se, but like how I bitched about urgent care the other day when I cut my hand and they like basically started to let me die in there. Like a lot of things are inverted, and that's a satanic thing. Like we're trying to invert male with female. I mean, feminine and masculine. They're saying, you know, you can cut your dick off and all this other stuff. That's like that Baphomet thing is trying to be like male. It's like a guy and has like tits and stuff. Like these are not like meant. Like even they say like the way that we observe reality, like when it comes into like, so when we're looking at something, it like basically we like see with the back of our brain. So it comes into your eyes, but then it's like decoding information in the back of your brain, and then it flips it over. So like I'm dyslexic, so I kind of like see shit like this fairly frequently. So just, I don't know, it's something to think about.
Further to Eliphas Levi, where they learn to write backwards, walk backwards, listen to phonographic records in reverse, speaking backwards, reading backwards. So this is huge. This is not something just pulled out of thin air. This is a concept, this is a principle that they applied, which I showed many instances in the past, different examples.
Yeah,
and here's another
Steve,
one,
we've
and that
been
gets
talking
into
about
this.
that for a while.
And
we
the
have a real
specific
physicist
number of
on
times
here,
they faked the
or
moon
real
landing, as Neil deGrasse Tyson
legit
did. Take a
source
listen
on here.
once again.
We went to the moon 9 times.
The number 9. And again, this is something I put on the past. This is Satan's number, where Anton LaVey, during ceremony, the hymn to Satan, where when he performs a satanic ritual, he revolves a bell counterclockwise before his followers. He rings the bell 9 times. Again, Satan's number. So let's be very clear about this. Everything they do, there's a reason. And of course, doing things in reverse, that gets into the countdown. Obviously, a countdown is counting down the numbers in reverse.
Also, too, another time, I don't know if I brought this up on the show, too. A couple months ago, when Trump had his first ballroom thing, again, ballroom, he had all the top tech people there and congressmen and shit like that. And he said, this event will have 999 guests at it. Not 1,000, not 999. If you flip over 999, what is that? 666. Also, another way that you see this too is the LGBT. So you guys know what like the chakra systems are, where there's like the bottom is red and then it's like orange. Like basically there's a certain order that various countries and everybody they think it's this order. The LGBT flag is an inversion of that. So that's by design. So it's supposed to be like, so your lower impulses, like the red, which means you just like want to like fuck and eat, and like you're more like animal nature, that's at the top. So they don't have like intuition act. Like, I'll go into it another time, but it's another example of inversions.
Obviously, let's take a quick listen once again to the Artemis 2 countdown and that number 33, as I shown before in a previous video.
0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds.
T-minus 33 seconds, and the countdown, obviously 10 to 0. In the occultic aspect, once again, as I pointed out with NASA and T-minus, S-A-T, T-minus, you get Satan with NASA. When you take away the T, then you add the T back. And obviously perfectly aligned with the chevron. Chevron's 30.
And that's the lizard. This is like the snake's tongue thing that Liberty was talking about earlier. This right here.
3. In numerology, obviously the red and blue make purple for witchcraft. But again, the chevron itself, this forked tongue, when it comes down to it, perfectly angled with a serpent.
Yeah.
So let's be very clear about what's taking place here. And I want to mention as well, doing a lot of research over the years, and with the obvious countdown, counting backwards, that gets back to Aleister Crowley doing things backwards, doing things in reverse. That gets into this. The whole concept of the countdown counting backwards. It was first popularized in this 1929 silent movie made in Germany by Fritz Lang. As you can see here, it's titled Woman in the Moon. So it's based on a so-called moon mission. Here you see a screenshot from the movie itself. So how everything is interconnected through time, through history. And speaking about this German silent film based on the moon, that gets back to the godfather of NASA himself, Werner von Braun, as many know, in 1977 with this tombstone, with the Bible verse that mentions the firm.
Ooh, so this is a picture.
That dude was a monster, by the way.
Yeah, you want to tell us a little bit more about him?
Well, NASA scientist.
Yeah.
Basically,
Basically, guys, NASA science. A lot of where NASA came from.
Project Blue Book.
The bad guys from basically World War II.
Yeah.
They got other countries wanted them to keep making weapons and shit.
Sacrificed enlisted soldiers for NASA experimentations.
Yeah.
I mean,
yep.
God's created dome over the earth itself. So,
and also too, when you see a lot of when I speak about gnosis and Gnosticism, this is a lot of this imagery they use is something similar to this, and it's basically like it'll be like a guy over here escaping this bubble, if you will, and that's kind of we'll go into that another time.
Everything is in plain sight. People just need to dig deeper, think deeper, and the truth will come out in the end when it comes to.
Oh yeah, and I want to do another thing sometime. So last weekend I was delivering some firewood to this guy, and there was it was like one town away from me, and I like at this small like village place, and there was a yard sale. And I found a whole bunch of like Freemason. There's like this guy they said he was like a gun nut crazy guy, but I think he was like a Freemason or something. So I got like all these old books, these like occult type books on how the mind works and shit. Like some actually really pretty sick books that I haven't been able to go through yet, but it would be actually really cool to look through those. They're like showing basically how like the mind and the eye perceives reality, and it has it flipped over, like I was saying, a bunch of shit like that. I'll see if I can maybe find it online to like so we can look at it together because it actually was like pretty crazy.
All this and again.
Snowboard. Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah.
It's this guy is essentially what he's trying to argue is that we have not been to the moon. Is that what he's saying? Is that essentially his?
I don't know what his argument is for this particular thing. He is good at pointing out various things. I haven't seen actually this video, so I don't know. I don't know what his if he has a dog in the fight or anything. So I can't say.
Okay.
He might end up saying by the end of it.
These
I think he's definitely saying that this Artemis 2 thing is bullshit for sure. But he might say it. He might. I don't know. I don't know what he thinks about this.
Just always leak the truth out. That's just the concept of duality. And that gets back to, again, Neil deGrasse Tyson with deGrasse being 33 numerology. And this is something I caught with Chuck Nice, his co-host. As you can see, the two penguins in the back, but take a look here. Again, the Easter eggs. And take a look. Chuck Nice being 33. His co-host just so happens to be a 33 name. And the two penguins, when it comes down to it, penguin numerology is 33.
So some of this can be just coincidental bullshit too.
And again, obviously, two penguins.
But I'm saying this guy is good at finding. Sometimes you need someone with an autistic eye for stuff like that. How I thought I saw that hand signal. Sometimes that's important. But it doesn't necessarily means everything all the time. But sometimes that can be. The truth is always usually in plain sight, and that's kind of how these people work. They have to like tell you the truth and tell you some truth before they do it because they think that will make the karma not affect them because they didn't trick you about it. That's why they do this shit like in The Simpsons where they try to like pre-program you because they're saying, well, you actually kind of subconsciously agreed to this.
Well, I think I can never remember the concept behind it, but it has to do with, they out there saying they have to tell you that they're going to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't do anything about it, it absolves them of their responsibility, right? And not
Perhaps,
overtly say, but I can never remember.
Well, that's what we're talking about. It might make their like quote, they don't have to pay for that karma or something like that. Which
right.
I'm not exactly sure, but that's what small hats try to do in the fine print of everything. Like, well, you signed for this.
Right.
Well, you're like, yeah, but it was on page 270 and made it completely vague.
Right.
It's basically, it's basically kind of shit like that, except it's more esoteric and it's more done on the subconscious level. That's why they program people with The Simpsons and shit like this to kind of start to plant the seeds in there, I guess.
But that's how our laws are written too. Our laws are written in a way that you can't, or most people don't quite understand exactly what the statutes and the laws have to say.
Yeah,
and it's done on purpose.
Yeah, it's also called equilibrium, and equilibrium smart. The concept is called revelation of the method. It's also called they call it lesser magic sometimes too, because it's like they call it lesser magic as well sometimes. So that's like we're talking about basically kind of maybe perhaps a universal law or esoteric law or something. And they know about this, but they're trying to absolve themselves from it coming back on them. So there's basically saying like, well, we didn't blindside you completely. We're telling you about it. Like it's on page 270, line 19 that you have to give us your blood or something like that on the, Apple update.
Penguins.
It'll be some shit
dual
like
33,
that.
just like the Grand Sovereign Commander when it comes to Freemasonry and the dual 33s. And in close-up, as I've shown countless times, and that gets back into Neil deGrasse Tyson and Chuck Nice.
Chuck Nice.
Being 33, Chuck Nice being 33. the orange 33, and of course the all-seeing eye of CBS, which is the all-seeing eye of Lucifer. And I highly recommend for those that have not watched my video on Polaris is Lucifer, that's currently on my channel. It's over an hour-long video presentation, basically stating how Lucifer's Polaris once again and how stars are.
Again, this guy's channel is called They Live Truth. He's got some interesting stuff to say.
Souls, just as you see here, the founder of the Satanic Church in San Francisco, California.
This a long time.
And once again, they're all about symbolism, and they're all about the stars. A 1/3 or 33% that were thrown from heaven along with Lucifer himself. I have to point this out as well when it comes to symbolism. Besides the obvious star, the inverted star, you see the lightning bolt. And this is a reference to the Bible verse, Luke chapter 10, verse 18, where Jesus stated, I saw Satan fall to earth like lightning from heaven. So again, they're all about symbolism. If you can interpret what they're presenting, you'll have a fuller grasp of what's being presented. That gets back again to Chuck Nice, the number 33, and how the people that are running the show, they're all about the numbers game. So nice for those, no pun intended, to have a 33 name and to be propped up on the world stage. Here you see, obviously, Chuck Nice with Bill Nye and Sirius XM, of course, Sirius being a star or an angel. Another aspect I pointed out before, stars and angels are interchangeable. They're one and the same. And that gets into this photo with, again, Chuck Nice with Neil deGrasse Tyson. What do you see on Chuck Nice's t-shirt? The duality symbol of the yin and yang. Of course, Freemasonry is all about duality. So make no mistake about it when it comes to these individuals that are propped
I'm on
up
the fence about
on the world stage. They're all 100% sellouts.
About what? Going to the moon or
I'm on the fence, to be honest. There's some problems with it for sure. I waffle back anywhere between 51% to 49%. Honestly, there's strong arguments for and against for sure.
Well, we may have gone, but the footage and stuff that we see, I think, is fake and bullshit.
Well,
I think.
Have you ever? There was a NASA engineer. Are you guys familiar with that NASA engineer? It was about 15, 20 years ago. Made a statement about how they're struggling to figure out how to get through the Van Allen radiation belt.
Yeah.
I mean, that alone would imply that we didn't, but there are also some other arguments to consider that would imply that we did. So I don't know.
I don't really know. I would probably lean towards we didn't, but I do think what they showed us was all propaganda and bullshit and made in the studio and stuff like that, regardless. Because like they show like certain shit. It's like, well, how could they like have done that? You know what I'm saying? Like for them to show you something like that is to like show you that it's fake in a sense.
But let's consider this.
What I'm gonna say. Yeah.
Let's consider this, right? So you have the and it's possible. I'm not saying it isn't. I don't know. I would start my argument by saying that I once had a probability professor tell me that said that if you cannot mathematically prove it or you have witnessed it personally, you can't say for certain it happened one way or another, right? Okay, so take that for what it's worth. The NASA engineers, 15, 20 years ago, overtly or accidentally saying, oh, we don't really know how to get through the Van Allen radiation belt. That's a problem. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a problem. But if we did go to the moon, how do you account for the thousands, maybe not that many, a few hundred, 500, 600 of scientists and engineers that were at, Houston there, right? Wouldn't credibility come into place for those guys? Because they all said it happened.
Yeah, but they might have been tricked somehow too. I don't
exactly. Sure,
I don't know. Yeah, they might have been tricked too, but also too, like, it's sort of like how we were saying with
but you're talking like you know, I'm playing devil's advocate, and
I understand, but
and I'm honestly just asking a question, right? So
because it will their ego is going to protect them. They don't want to know that it's fake. Similar to, like, basically, I know someone.
But all of them though.
Well,
right? You don't think there would be one outlier in there?
Maybe, but maybe they all had to sign a bunch of NDAs and shit too. That are inherent in the contract to just even work there. Something like that.
Sure.
Like, so if they violate the NDA, they're going to be like cooked, or they're going to be like a Boeing person who just apparently deletes himself in a parking lot. Like a bunch of people
sure.
You know what I'm saying? So there is shit like that too. Like, so they're going to be scared to, like, not say anything.
Yeah.
So the fear is a big motivator, but also their own ego is a big motivator too. Like for example, I know someone who actually is like a physicist. Well, he's more of an entrepreneur, but he, like, could teach physics and stuff. But anyways, he went to the military after 9/11, and anytime you bring up any, like, 9/11 thing, he's like, well, no, I actually believe what CNN and stuff says. So because the reason he does that is because his whole reality will fall apart if he starts to, like, look at the monsters under the bed a little bit. So his own ego wants to protect himself to not think those ways, I guess. And there's a lot of people like that. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if you did work at NASA for 30 years and you thought you did this great accomplishment and you find out it's bullshit. That will break your entire brain. So most people can't take that type of download, I guess, that download or something.
I'm on the side of we didn't go.
I kind of didn't go, and we just did some propaganda footage.
Yeah.
To make us compete with Russia.
So therefore, it comes down to there's no honor anymore.
No, well, yeah, clearly not. Like, the people at the top are like eating kids. Like, that's not, like.
Well, but I mean, would you say that the PhD mathematician sitting there doing the telemetry data, you know, I mean, that's just some pencil pusher kind of guy, right? Well, you know, I mean, I would say he's probably not eating kids. The people above him, for sure.
Yeah, no,
you know what
that guy's not doing that. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's hard to understand at what level, because there has to be a
Right.
membrane of people who are just like normal people, for lack of a better term. It's not like they're all in on some psyop and they like.
Well, and they could have been selected for their ability for deception too, though. You don't even know if they didn't do that as well.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's where the CIA finds people like, look, they fucked up Ted Kaczynski, and that they probably were trying to make him be the golden boy to do whatever they wanted. And he decided to just fuck off in the woods.
Yeah, equilibrium's right. The Van Allen belts. It's you know, we went to the moon. Okay, well, how did we get through that? Well, you know, magic.
And they're like, well, we lost the technology to go back.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, why do we pay you any fucking money then if you fucked that up?
Yeah.
If you were at your job and you lost the plans to lay the pipe on the thing that you need, they're going to say like, well, what the fuck? You're fired. We're going to get someone else who didn't do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's incompetent at best.
We've lost the technology to go to the moon from 1969, but we still have the mathematical equations that Newton came up with in the 1500s.
Yeah, exactly. We still have like the knowledge and laws.
We still have those.
And we have actually more computing power and shit now. So like,
right.
You know what I mean? That's kind of like, that's what I'm saying. Why are we paying them a dime? I just don't like paying a ton of these things are just ways to funnel money from the taxpayer and shit too, so they can fuck around saying they can give you these images like, see, look at these Earth images that NASA made. It's amazing. And it's like, okay, but like, is this image really worth like hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, I think I'd rather just have that pave my road or something.
By the way, when
I
was at university, because I was an older student at university, right? So I wasn't one of these 17, 18-year-old kids, because I had already been in the military and then went to university.
Mm-hmm.
There were two things that my professors would not talk about. One was evolution, and the other one was going to the moon. They would have no discussion about that kind of stuff.
Interesting. Well, I don't know why wouldn't they want to talk about evolution? What's the problem there?
Well, because evolution is contradictory to physics. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't want to have any. They did not want to talk about evolution because it contradicts what is taught in physics, specifically Newton's laws of thermodynamics.
So instead of confronting it, they just don't want to talk about it.
They're like, we don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. So, but that's where they have no honor, integrity, and they're weak to confront it.
Well, they did tell me that they thought it was nonsense. None of them believed in it, without exception. They all said no, we don't believe in it.
About evolution?
Yeah, none of them did. Not one. Across the board, all my.
But that doesn't necessarily mean they just believed in like creationism, do they? Because there could be a third option where they just say like they don't know.
Well, what would the third option be, right? I mean, you have to have a starting point, right?
True. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But they want. Yeah, because I mean, what is that? Okay, is it a duality thing? I don't know, right? But they did not believe in evolution. They said no. Because how can you? Because if they were to believe in evolution, then they're discounting what they believe in Newtonian law of physics.
Yeah.
And they love to leak the truth out, just as when Chuck Nice stated how they faked the moon landings 9 times. That gets into this individual here, who many in the so-called truth community believe he's some type of hero. Nothing can be further from the truth when it comes to George Carlin. Take a listen here. He speaks the 100% truth, just as Chuck Nice did, but this is 100% stage. They try to create heroes. They have their controlled opposition at task. Take a listen for those who have not seen this clip with George Carlin from years ago.
These people in the space program, nassholes, I call them.
So he calls them nassholes, and you see here, revealing the truth, but here you see George Carlin doing the 666 hand sign. And for those that don't know about this, it's the A-OK for society. It's the 666 for those that know about the occult. And for those that believe George Carlin is some type of hero, just take a look here. Doing the devil horns. Of course, he was an atheist. He mocked God many times during his stand-up routines, calling him the Sky Daddy and so forth. Here you see him from the 70s doing the Masonic hand sign. Of course, the diamond hand sign, Diamond 33 numerology, just as you see here, Diamond 33. And again, for those that think this is just some coincidence, it's just random that he does this, no. This is 1970s, going back to the 60s here. Take a look to 1965. Let's remove the George Carlin name from the screen here and take a look. Doing the Masonic diamond sign and just more of the same. He would not be on their television programming for decades and decades and decades unless he sold out. And again, this clip I showed where he calls NASA and their space program, calls them a bunch of nassholes. That's just, again, the controlled opposition at work. And that gets into another huge puppet on the world stage. Of course, Jim Carrey, who I've covered.
I thought they were going to say that was, I can't remember the guy's name right now.
In recent videos, and you see here from In Living Color in the early 90s.
Yeah, that's some straight up symbolism right there. Holy shit.
And the all-seeing
They consider this sacred geometry as well, the triangle, the spear. So these are what they consider the sacred geometry, the triangle. And when you're supposed to draw the triangle, you're supposed to draw it like this way and then that way, I think. The circle, you would draw it like from starting here and going around. And the square, when you draw it, you like there's a certain like way you would draw it. So these are supposed to be occult sacred geometry. So square, circle, triangle, or pyramid, they sometimes will call it.
Within the pyramid, of course, I pointed out many times where the pyramid itself, the inner angle is 60 degrees. In numerology, the zeros mean nothing. So you have your 666 in plain sight with their so-called god, Polaris or Lucifer, dead center. And I should mention as well, behind the all-seeing eye of Polaris Lucifer is the black sun. Of course, the sun shines. It's the duality aspect of the black sun. And just like I pointed out with George Carlin mocking NASA, same exact.
Yeah, I don't quite know about. I haven't put a lot of thought into. I haven't really put a lot of thought in evolution, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I
don't know why I haven't, but
I really.
I do believe in God and creationism, but I don't think that means I don't believe in evolution either, to be honest with you.
Well, you can adapt over time, right?
Yeah.
Through mutation. I have a look. You can't have evolution in Newton's laws of dynamics. You just it just doesn't work out, man. You can't have one and the other at the same time. But we're taught that we have to adhere to Newton's laws of dynamics, but yet we're supposed to believe in evolution. It doesn't work that way. Can't have it. So like Newton,
I think even Darwin himself said that he still believed in a creator anyways too.
Yeah, at the end, sure.
Yeah.
So that's where I think it's a lot more nefarious than just believing that we, No,
it is nefarious. Like that's the whole reason why I don't like necessarily looking at occult shit. Sometimes just things lead you that way where it's sort of an underlying thing that it's like sort of a trick being played on you or something like that.
Well,
but I do think a lot of it is nefarious. I think a lot of what we see is nefarious and stuff like that. And it's difficult to swallow that pill. And you know what I'm saying? Like it's not necessarily fun, but if somebody wants to be like understand what's going on around them and expand your awareness, sometimes you have to look at some weird stuff. And sometimes you look at stuff that's just bullshit. Then you have to use discernment and say like, well, I agree with this part, but I think this other part's bullshit. And then keep refining, discerning.
Well, and I think that's why I think this is why they come up with this thing that math is racist, right? Because I remember you and AJ, a lot of you guys were. I watched the episode about that a while back about math being racist, right? Well, and then like, oh, what do we need math for? I mean, in general, you're not going to do a lot of math. And well, I do, right? I mean, obviously there are some of us that do, and it's a small niche part of society. But the thing with mathematics, physics, but mathematics more so, is it forces you to think about things and to be creative and come up with the solution. And if you start doing that, you automatically start doing that with everything else in your life. It just naturally starts to take place.
I have a friend who's like that, who thinks like in mathematics. And he said one of the best bosses he ever is like, if you can show me something and prove it mathematically to do to the company, you can do whatever you want to this company.
Yeah, absolutely. And
he's like, if you can show it to me mathematically that this will help in some way, whatever it is, I will just allow you to do it, whatever you want in the company.
Yeah.
And by the way, that guy, that guy had a couple employees who started that DraftKings business.
Oh, really?
Making dick tons of money. Yeah. The guy had like 6 businesses, a really good business guy. But that's one of the things he said. He's like, you got to think in math, because my friend was like his accountant. And he's like, if you can
improve something to me mathematically, I will let you do whatever you want to this company, or
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, but you have to prove it to me mathematically.
Sure.
Yeah. I think we should. I want to end it on something on a little bit more funny and lighthearted, because I need to call it a night soon, because I'm gonna cut some more trees tomorrow. I know what we're gonna listen to, because I heard that Scott Adams recently died, and he was pretty cool. But I want to end it.
I'm going to jump off. I really appreciate you letting me come on.
Sure. Yeah. I like hearing your perspective, guys. Mathman is, first off, you're a business owner, self-employed business owner, which is already cool. But you are, decorated in your industry, and you're more of an authority than fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, my specialty is in geodesy, surveying, mathematical physical applications, things like that, calculations. That's what I get paid to do. And I've got half a dozen employees, and I'm not just on here some dude.
No, like what you're saying and shit, and it's it's okay to have disagreements with people too, like we're having you on, so people could ask some questions, and we'll maybe have you on again. We should definitely do one more about NASA, because I've been wanting to talk about NASA. And definitely 9/11. It's just time to start talking about 9/11, because it's such a huge thing for me. 9/11 is the litmus test to see, do you actually think for yourself or not?
I think that
so
is
huge.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I think you could also do, you had said that you were possibly a flat Earth individual, and I gave you my perspective on it.
Well, I like more the ellipse. I have to play around, think about that a little bit more, but I like more of the model that you're suggesting, because it makes more sense. And it's kind of a hybrid of the best of, I don't want to say the best of both worlds, but
right.
It accounts for some curvature, and it accounts from you, who actually makes money doing some of this shit. So you're saying there is, giving the pipes analogy is a really good example. So, but on the grand scheme, I do think it tends to be more flat. And by the way, logic seems to dictate that it is kind of more that way. You know what I mean? It just seems to be more that way. But I haven't put a shit ton of thought into it, because when people talk about it, it ends up being like a debate, but not really anything
constructive.
It's not really productive. Yeah. So I didn't want it to become some debate on here and shit like that. I'm more interested in saying well, where does NASA come from? Why is it bad? Or why do I think it's bad? Maybe it's not bad, and they're actually doing awesome stuff. I kind of have my opinion on it, but there's a lot to be looked at for NASA, how much money we give them, and all this stuff like that. So, NASA will be we'll do the NASA one before the 9/11 one, because I want to get monetized. I know they'll hate the 9/11 one, because but 9/11 is the most important one of the most important events in our lifetime, and it's the crime of the century. It's a crime, and it still is affecting us today, in many, many, many ways, and so many people have died. Not just on the day of it, but the
liberties taken
of it. Yeah, liberties taken, the Patriot Act, all of this stuff, and some of it's so laughable. Like you just said, oh, we just found in the rubble these passports of these guys who did it. Get the fuck out of here, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's so many lies, but that I remember as a kid saying, why haven't adults thought any of this is bullshit?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what started to kind of red pill me in certain ways like that to just see people like Alex Jones and stuff questioning a lot of it, and how like even people like Jesse Ventura, who was saying, he's like, I just don't believe this. I just don't believe this is official narrative and stuff like that. So like that, again, it's not about someone being right. It's just understanding, like someone saying like, well, the official narrative isn't, it's just like, at what point are you going to say this is a lie? And some people, they just still, no matter what, you can show them that it's a lie and they still won't believe it. And that's kind of comes in with Tylenol brain and just cognitive dissonance and shit like that. So anyways, guys, I think I'll play like a couple songs and shit. And I'm going to call it a good night. So thanks for coming in, Math Man, and everyone for being involved.
Yeah, thanks for listening to me, everyone, and thanks, Snowboard. I'll be around as always, man. Love listening to you and AJ.
Cool, thanks, man.
Yeah, have a good one, man, and sleep well.
Yeah, thanks. You too.
I started to feel that I may have discovered the user interface for reality. Akira. The phone. The reason that I thought that is that my life was working out so well that I couldn't explain it in any ordinary way. I tried to become a cartoonist with no experience in cartooning, without any experience. I was the hottest cartoonist in the country. At about the same time, I had written my first book. It was a #1 New York Times runaway bestseller, with no experience at writing books. And there were a number of things that I was touching and doing, and it seemed as if I could manipulate reality. But here's the thing. Was I manipulating reality to get these ridiculous results? Or was I simply good at my job? How can I tell? How would I know if I were manipulating reality? Because that's sort of what it felt like, but that didn't seem right? Or was I just good at my job and I didn't realize how good I was, so I performed better than I expected? Maybe. Could be. It's possible. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. And it seemed as if I could manipulate reality. But I wanted to test it. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. And so in 1997, I did a bold experiment. And the experiment was this. I very publicly and annoyingly made a prediction. And I chose an area in which I had no expertise. I thought I would try something that was just impossible. I would make the most unlikely prediction and then wait as long as it took for it to become true. And if indeed I could hit the most unlikely prediction, then maybe other people would believe me when I explained to them the user interface for reality. I predicted that in my lifetime, the theory of evolution would be debunked in scientific terms, not in religious terms, but in scientific terms. You can imagine how well that went over. Obviously, I'm a nut, and I should not be listened to, and you shouldn't listen to anything else I ever say. That was 22 years ago, 23 years ago. So something happened today that was a very big deal in my life. And it was that there was a podcast, Patrick Urelchi. He told the story he heard of my prediction about evolution being debunked. And then he brought the story into the question of the simulation. Now, of course, if the simulation is true, then what we believe about evolution probably isn't. Because you don't need evolution if you have the simulation. We just are here, and our history is created on demand whenever we go looking for it. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. And it seemed as if I could manipulate reality. But I wanted to test it. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. What Patrick did is told you something that I couldn't do myself. I couldn't tell you that my prediction had actually came in. I've been trying to, but I feel like I had failed at it because I'm not credible about judging my own predictions. Obviously, I'm mistaken. If the simulation is true, evolution isn't. So 22 years later, there's now a competing theory that serious scientists buy into. And although you can't tell which one is the true one, if either one is, maybe neither, maybe they're just filters, what you can tell is the odds. Maybe 1 billion to 1 for the simulation. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. And it seemed as if I could manipulate reality. But I wanted to test it. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. So, having nailed my 22-year gamble that I could make a prediction so unlikely that the best explanation is that somehow I'm authoring the reality just as a filter. Again, that doesn't mean that I can actually change reality. It means that if I put that filter on it, I get good results. And if you just think you're happy but you're not, are you happy? Yes, you are. If you think you're happy, you're happy. If you thought you went through life as a billionaire, but you were just crazy and you weren't, still good? Still good, because you're happy. You thought you were a billionaire. So accept your subjective life. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. And it seemed as if I could manipulate reality. But I wanted to test it. Maybe. Could be. It's possible.
It's possible.
Tell the truth, or at least don't lie. Do not do things that you hate. Act so that you can tell the truth about how you act. Pursue what is meaningful, not what is expedient. If you have to choose, be the one who does things instead of the one who is seen to do things. Pay attention. Assume that the person you are listening to might know something you need to know. Listen to them hard enough so that they will share it with you. Plan and work diligently to maintain the romance in your relationships. Be careful who you share good news with. Be careful who you share bad news with. Make at least one thing better every single place you go. Imagine who you could be, and then aim single-mindedly at that. Do not allow yourself to become arrogant or resentful. Try to make one room in your house as beautiful as possible. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. Work as hard as you possibly can on at least one thing and see what happens. If old memories still make you cry, write them down carefully and completely. Maintain your connections with people. Do not carelessly denigrate social institutions or artistic achievement. Treat yourself as if you were someone that you are responsible for helping. Ask someone to do you a small favor so that he or she can ask you to do one in the future. Make friends with people who want the best for you. Do not try to rescue someone who does not want to be rescued. And be very careful about rescuing someone who does. Nothing well done is insignificant. Set your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. Dress like the person you want to be. Be precise in your speech. Stand up straight. Stand up straight. With your shoulders back. Don't avoid something frightening if it stands in your way, but don't do unnecessarily dangerous things. Do not let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. Do not transform your wife into a maid. Do not hide unwanted things in the fog. Notice that opportunity lurks where responsibility has been abdicated. Read something written by someone great. Pet a cat when you encounter one on the street. Do not bother children when they are skateboarding. Don't let bullies get away with it. Write a letter to the government. You see something that needs fixing and propose a solution. Remember that what you do not yet know is more important than what you already know. Be grateful. In spite of your suffering. Bite off a little more than you can chew, you get stronger. And you do that in the gym, for example, when you go lift weights. You lift weights that are a little heavier all the time. And as a consequence, you develop yourself physically and you turn into who you could be. You turn into more than you are.
More than you are. Who you could be. More than you are. More than you are. More than you are. Who you could be. More than you are. More than you are.
There's a mythological trope that I discuss fairly frequently about rescuing your father from the belly of the dragon or the belly of the beast. You see it in the